The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for Monday, February 23rd, 2026 is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Councilmember Andrews.
Here.
Councilmember Bergen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Hancock.
Here.
Councilmember Horton.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
Councilmember Wiles.
Here.
There's a quorum.
Please join me in an invocation. O Lord our God and our Father, we come to you and we ask that you look upon this particular gathering tonight to keep us safe and guide us in our decisions. Bless our city with honorable citizens, industry, sound education, and good government. Unite our community together, even though we come from different backgrounds. We pray that there be justice and peace in our city. Give the city council and citizens the wisdom, direction, and sensitivity to the business and proceedings before us tonight. Hear us, therefore, as we commit this meeting to the help of our community. Amen. Land acknowledgement. The City of Aurora acknowledges that we gather on the territories and ancestral homelands of the Cheyenne, Ute, Arapaho, and Lakota peoples, past and present. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Indigenous peoples have remained committed to the stewardship of this land over many centuries. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties that these nations have to their traditional homelands and to the vital place in the ecosystem are renewed and reaffirmed, and we are called to be better stewards of the land we inhabit as we continue to work to meet the needs of our entire community. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, executive session. Oh.
You need it?
Yeah, let's see. In executive session, we discussed lease agreements, property acquisition, and received legal advice from our city attorney. The next question before us is the approval of the minutes. I'm trying to get it organized here.
Mayor,
From, what date is it?
I'll do it.
From February 9th, 2026.
Yes.
Councilmember Bergen.
Motion to approve the minutes of February 9th.
Okay. That's been moved by Councilmember Bergen, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Horton to approve the minutes from February 9th, 2026. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, and call for the question on the adoption of the minutes from February 9th, 2026.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Andrews.
Agree.
Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Jackson.
Approve.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt the February 9th, 2026 City Council meeting minutes.
Next question before us is the adoption of the agenda. Motion is in order. Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by?
Mayor, second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lawson to adopt the agenda. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the agenda.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Hancock.
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt the agenda.
Public invited to be heard. First, let me defer to the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, those that have signed up to speak for public comment, please know that during this period of time, these are for items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And why that's important is a lot of these are public hearings, and if you do not speak during the actual allotted public hearing time, it won't be considered part of the record. So, for example, if you're coming up during this time to speak on the urban cottages issue or the tobacco retail licensure ordinance or the UDO amendments, please let the city clerk now. Katie can raise her hand. You probably came down to talk to her. Come down and tell her that you want to be talking on the agenda item, not during public comment. And so with that, Katie, I think we're ready to go.
Okay. The first person we have is Sherry Brights, followed by Tanya Tapachek.
I'm sorry, can you come to the podium? Oh, who's the speaker? I'm sorry.
So we see you better.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and members of the Aurora City Council. My name is Sherry Brights. I am an Aurora resident and a retired teacher of 20 years, serving students and families in Aurora. I am currently working with Faith Bridge as the school partnership lead, adding another 5 years to my teaching career. I'm here tonight not just as a former teacher, but as someone who has witnessed firsthand what happens when opportunity is present and when it is not. Over the course of my career, I learned something that research now confirms. Student success is not shaped by schools alone. It is shaped by the ecosystem surrounding children. Aurora has taken meaningful steps to strengthen that ecosystem. But from my years in classroom, I can tell you this: opportunity must be accessible, sustained, and close to home. Too many students still live in what we call opportunity deserts, neighborhoods where enrichment, safe recreation, cultural exposure, and consistent support systems are limited by cost, transportation, and proximity. A recreation center across the city is not accessible if a family cannot get there. A cultural institution is not equitable if admission is out of reach. A program is not preventative if students cannot consistently participate. When students have access to high-quality, affordable spaces, such as rec centers, libraries, art programs, and workforce exposure and mentorship, something powerful happens. Discipline referrals drop, engagement rises, hope expands. As an educator, I have seen students flourish when they had somewhere safe to go after school. I saw confidence grow when students discovered a passion in music, athletics, robotics, or debate. I see young people reimagine their future when they were exposed to career pathways beyond what they saw in their immediate surroundings. This is why alignment matters. Schools are not able to do this alone. The city must also continue to invest in youth and its neighborhoods. When those systems work together, deserts become ecosystems. I encourage the council to continue keeping youth spaces free or low cost, prioritizing neighborhoods where proximity to opportunity is limited, strengthening partnerships between the City of Aurora, Aurora Public Schools, and community organizations. This can be done by supporting House Bill 261055, the My Colorado Card, which expands access to cultural arts, recreational, and extracurricular opportunities.
Thank you.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Ali Duels Marcano. Ali Duels Marcano, followed by Delisha Boyd.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Allie. I'm still a resident of Ward 4, and I once again have survived the awful elevator. By my calculations, we've collectively spent the equivalent of one person's full work week this year just waiting for little old me on that lift. Consider this your bi-monthly reminder to follow up with staff on the budget and timeline for plans to modernize and make this chamber accessible. And now that we're waiting on those plans, I have a little bit of extra time in my public invited to be heard. Tonight, I want to talk about justice for disabled people who are experiencing homelessness. Nearly half of people experiencing homelessness live with a disability, about 2.5 times the rate of the general population. Any service meant to reduce homelessness must be accessible to disabled people. I live with a disability. I use a mobility aid. I experienced chronic housing instability as a child, and today, in my professional role, I have come full circle and I manage a team of people who serve hundreds of Coloradans in housing crisis every day. From real-life experience, not a costumed press tour, I know that stabilizing from being unhoused takes many steps and many services, and each person's path is different. There are countless reasons someone becomes unhoused, but they all have one thing in common: they don't have a home. That's why I have advocated for Housing First policies in Aurora for more than a decade. Housing First addresses the one problem we know exists. From stable, dignified housing, people can begin to rebuild the rest of their lives. I'm grateful to Councilmember Horton for inviting me to tour the Navigation Center last week. The model of the Navigation Center is a work-first model, and it's failing not just because the building is crumbling, but because the entire model is flawed. Work-first models exclude people with disabilities, half the population of unhoused people. Employment can be a goal, not the gatekeeper of basic dignity and safety. On this tour, I noticed that one of the gatekeeping requirements for staying in even the Tier 1 cot warehouse was to be locked away from your belongings during the daytime. I am appalled to report that amongst the graveyard of items separated from their owners in this room, I counted 7 mobility devices. That's at least 7 people who had to choose between shelter and their wheelchairs, walkers, or canes. Mobility devices are not optional belongings. They are extensions of the body. Separating someone from them can cause loss of independence or even permanent physical harm that further disables someone. We should not be bargaining with people for their dignity. We should be housing them. Part of the real experience of homelessness, not the cosplay escapade the mayor took part in to justify this model, is having to completely relearn the meaning of personal wealth. You come to understand that you must begin amassing the thousands of little objects and necessities that create a human life. You can't understand how terrifying and unsafe it feels to leave those crumbs of stability and dignity. Hygiene items, medications, clothing, memorabilia like photos and jewelry that remind you of the life you left and that you are striving to get back to, especially after you have left them all back up again after losing them in a camping suite or when your car is towed. I can understand why someone might choose a tent by the highway where they can keep their things with them over risking those things. Why can't we?
Delisha Boyd, followed by Prince Dykes.
Good evening. My name is Delisha Boyd. I am a Dean of Students at Rangeview High School. I have had about 30 years in education. This is my 30th year. I will be retiring this year. Pretty proud to say. The reason why I'm here to speak is, as a Dean of Students, we tackle day-to-day things, lots and lots of behavior issues, but one in particular is dear to me, and that is dealing with the vaping in our buildings. Any given day, any given passing period, you can go into a secluded area, mostly the bathroom, and you will encounter several students taking a puff of a nicotine vape, passing it along.
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is actually on the agenda tonight. If you want your comments to be part of it, you can sign up for the agenda item. I just wanted to let you know that you can continue to speak now, but it won't technically be part of the record.
Oh, okay.
Up to you. You already started, but I just want to, anybody else is speaking on agenda items, as I reminded you before, want to make sure it's part of the record. But you can speak now, but just knowing that it may not be part of the record.
Do I get a chance to be part of the
Well,
record?
I think it would probably be better if you wouldn't mind waiting
Sure.
until the agenda item comes up.
All right, thank you so
Katie, the
much.
city clerk, should get you signed up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor,
Councilmember Horton.
there was a number of folks who entered after City
Okay.
Attorney Pete made the announcement, so can you do that again?
Yeah, real quick, Mayor, if I may.
Please.
If you're here to speak on an agenda item, so for example, the urban cottages or the tobacco permit that's on the agenda today, please go see Katie, who'll raise your hand, that's the city clerk, and get signed up on the actual agenda item, because these are what we call public hearings. And because it's a public hearing, we want to make sure that your comments get part of the record. So if anything happens after the council meeting, they become part of the record, and your comments are important and they get included. So just a reminder, everybody, if you signed up for public invited to be heard, go see Katie now. Otherwise, we'll let you know if you come up to speak that your comments won't be included.
Okay, Prince Dykes, followed by Juan Marcano. Prince Dykes. Okay, Juan Marcano, followed by Gary Peterson.
All right, good evening, council. My name is Juan Marcano, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I wanted to share with y'all a little bit of history tonight about electoral systems in our country. After the Civil War, counties and municipalities across the South changed their electoral systems to something called plurality at large elections. Some of our current members might be familiar with this. The outcomes of these systems are pretty easy to game and predict, and it is why they are so prolific across smaller cities and counties all across the United States. The purpose of this model, to put it bluntly, was to keep these jurisdictions under the control of reactionary whites and to dilute the power of black voters. To complement at-large elections, a couple of states and a large number of local governments moved their elections to odd years from even years, even as Congress was working to standardize election timing across the nation. Most of these states that did this were southern states looking to find ways to legally get around the 15th Amendment, minimizing the black vote, and inflating the influence of reactionary whites. It worked, and many local governments across the country followed suit. These structural barriers are incredibly effective and are very difficult to overcome, but they can be overcome, as some of you all know. Today is Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois' birthday. Du Bois was a prolific author, an anti-racist, and he understood that systems produce the outcomes that they are designed for. This includes political systems and who has access to them, and of those he wrote, "Whatever may have been true in other times and places, we believe that today in America we can abolish poverty by reason and through the intelligent use of the ballot." But who has access to the ballot? We believe in our use of the vote for equalizing wealth through taxation, vesting the ultimate power of the state in the hands of the workers, and as an integral part of the working class, we demand our proportionate share in administration and public expenditure. To this program, Goal and Vision, we welcome all men of all colors so long as their subscription to this basic creed is sincere and is proven by their deeds." End quote. But in Aurora, these structural barriers persist. However, you are all in a position to fix that. Time is ticking. Please honor the legacy of all who came before to strengthen our democracy and wrest it from the hands of reactionaries. Refer a question to the 2026 November ballot to move our municipal elections to even years, and another to abolish at-large positions to include the mayor and replace them with multi-member ward seats. Thank you all for your time.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Dean Antweiler.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Today I didn't have anything written down, but I just wanted to make comments regarding Andrew Jackson's, the homelessness, regarding bringing back the 72-hour hold. I did present a question to him saying that I would like to see, and also probably the constituents would like to see, the facts and the reasons, like if what is going on right now is not working clearly, to present those facts to the council and to the constituents so that we could have a better idea why this would be better than how it is now. I know for a fact that since the new, to retract that 72-hour hold, I've not seen homeless camps and embankments in front of Best Buy and other areas like I used to when it was the 72-hour hold. So it'd be nice to have the facts and to present those to the constituents on the reasons why it should come back. And that's it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Dean Antweiler, followed by Jose Gamboa.
My name's Dean Antweiler. I live in Ward 1. Last month, it was all over the news that Councilman Rob Anders was stopped and arrested and charged with several traffic violations, including a DUI. That was 6 weeks ago, and Councilman Andrews has been asked to voluntarily step down and walk away, holding his seat on City Council. The most important position on the dais is to take reasonable care in your judgment making and show that you have the right stuff to create municipal law. You should be able to show you have a solid background with the stats, you have exercised solid judgment. Now, having had the opportunity after friendly discussions urging Andrews to step down, Council Andrews, you have otherwise rejected all of it. Your immediate resignation from Aurora Council looks like it needs a reality check. And this is non-negotiable. As a result, voters like me are unwilling to let this go unnoticed. So now I get my say to weigh in, and with good reason. A simple look at the Colorado court records, I was surprised at what I found. The takeaway after looking at Andrew's numerous traffic cases, there was a pattern, and it's the absence of responsibility. In short, Mr. Andrews, you have managed to probably be Aurora's only councilman that has your own rap sheet. You have lived in Colorado Springs for a few years back. El Paso County in 2009 and 2010 show you were arrested a couple times, driving while license suspended, something that you seem to enjoy, and no insurance. Subsequently, when your times came to appear in court, the records show there was failure to appear, so they got added to those charges. These failure to appears, the court takes it serious as a general disrespect for law. You currently sit as a chair on the safety committee, which is truly a curious match. I guess the values to be a leader on that committee ignore any criminal history, particularly deeds of self-accountability. That safety committee conundrum can and should be fixed by the mayor pro tem. There's about 20 pages of criminal stuff with Councilman Andrews. I hope some of you guys take some time to look at it. Thank you.
Jose Gamboya, followed by Yanibri Carcoma.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Jose Gamboa, and I am also a student here in Aurora. I am a sophomore at Hinckley High School. I am more or less productive, but I definitely call myself engaged. If you ask my parents or friends, they would agree. I believe to grab every opportunity to use it at its full content. It gives a sense of security for my future. The thing is, that security comes from different components, whether it's an internship, work, or a place that you can utilize to practice a passion to your heart's content. I'm here because we believe Aurora can be a city where every student thrives, no matter their zip code. I want to begin by acknowledging the investments you've already made in young people. The Dream Big for Aurora Youth Funding, the Youth Violence Prevention Program, and the additional federal investments show that this council understands something important: investing in youth matters. When students have consistent access to safe spaces, recreation centers, libraries, arts programs, and cultural centers, we are not just staying busy, we are building skills, we are building identity, we are building hope. We need to replace opportunity deserts with ecosystems of support. An ecosystem means everything works together. Thriving means students are healthy, safe, and supported. Learning means we attend great schools and have enrichment beyond the school day. Opportunity means we can see and access pathways to college, careers, and the world beyond Aurora. When any one of those pillars is missing, injustice continues. And injustice isn't only about something not existing. It's about whether it's accessible, high quality, and close enough to reach. A recreation center across town without transportation isn't accessible. A cultural program with fees many families can't afford isn't equitable. A library that closes before students can get there after school doesn't fully serve its purpose. Justice requires that opportunity to be real, not theoretical. That is why we are asking you to continue investing, not only in safety, but in sustained access. Keep youth spaces free or affordable, ensure programs are available in neighborhoods where students live, strengthen partnerships between city agencies, schools, and community groups, and support House Bill 26-1055, the My Colorado Card, which would expand access to cultural, arts, recreational, and extracurricular opportunities for students across Colorado. This bill strengthens the ecosystem you are already building. We are not here just to ask for programs. We are here asking for alignment between education, safety, community, investment, and youth voice. Because when all three pillars are aligned, thriving, learning, and opportunity, students don't just avoid harm, we flourish. Aurora has the chance to lead by example and show what justice looks like in action. We are ready to do our part. We are asking you to continue doing yours. Thank you for your time and for standing with Aurora's young people.
Katie, can you get me his info?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. Yanibri Carcoma, followed by Della Jordan.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Aurora City Council. My name is Yanibri, and I am a student at Gateway High School here in Aurora. I live in Aurora as well. For the past 2 years, I've been part of the SHIFT Fellowship Program at Faith Bridge. Through that experience, I've built friendships across Colorado, learned how to advocate for my community, and stepped outside my comfort zone, including speaking here tonight. I want to begin by recognizing the work you have already done. Aurora has invested $3.8 million in Dream Big for Aurora youth. Your committee 1.1 youth annually at the Youth Violence Prevention Program, secured federal violence prevention funding, and supported school-based initiatives. Those investments matter. They show the Aurora belief in youth. But as students, we still experience opportunity deserts, places where access to high-quality, nearby, and suitable opportunities are limited. Justice requires where more than programs existing somewhere in the city. Justice requires access, quality, and proximity. It means students can reach what we need when we need it and at the level of quality we deserve. That includes access to recreational centers, libraries, museums, and cultural centers. These places are not extras. They are part of the ecosystem that helps students thrive. When recreation centers are affordable and accessible, students have safe places where they can go after school. When libraries are welcoming and resourced, students can study, explore, and imagine new futures. When museums and cultural centers are free and easy to access, they expand our understanding of the world beyond our neighborhoods. Thriving makes learning possible. Great schools make achievements likely. Opportunity makes hope achievable. If a student cannot afford entry, cannot get transportation, or doesn't live near these spaces, the opportunity might as well not exist. I am here asking the city to continue building on its strong foundation. Ensure that recreational centers, libraries, and cultural spaces remain free and low cost and accessible to youth. Expand partnership beyond the city, schools, and community recognition organizations so access is consistent across neighborhoods. Prioritize neighborhoods where proximity is high quality, opportunity is limited. And support House Bill 26-1055, the My Colorado Card, which would give students in grades 6 to 12 expanded access to cultural, arts, recreational, and extracurricular experiences across Colorado. The My Colorado Card complements, thank you.
Della Jordan, followed by Milo Schwab.
Della and Jordan, 70 years old, disabled. I have 6 chronic illnesses. I am a guest at the Aurora Navigation Center, and when I first moved there on November 17th, I was like, wow. I praise the director and all of our helpers because I couldn't believe homeless people got to live at a place like this. So I'm here to ask you for your help and anybody in the audience. That place is terrible. It is terrible. I have asthma. I have chronic allergy, severe allergy. My doctor says I'm allergic to everything there is to be allergic of. I'm allergic to things that I don't even know I'm allergic to. I have slept in a room with about 150 females and 150 females, 17 dogs, and 1 cat. Okay, so the reason why I'm here today is because there is a lot of criminal activity going on in that center, and a lot of it is being committed by the staff and the security people. They are abusing the elderly and disabled. They are telling you, oh, I want to help you. You don't have a car, so I'll go shopping for you. Give me your credit card. Give me your EBT card, and I'll go take care of it for you and bring it back. I've had people take my EBT card and supposedly go shopping for me, or they went shopping for themselves, and it took me 3 weeks to get the EBT card back. And before I got it back, she passed it along to her friends. Many bad things have happened to me there at the old building as well as the new building. I am suggesting that someone send someone over there to investigate all the bad things that's happening is within the staff as well as the security team. And what seems to be happening is that it's a family thing. Okay, so on February 2nd, a female stole my medication, my clothing, my jewelry, my mail, legal documents, and whatever. I tried to get it back. I went to staff members, Chantel, Fabian, Ashley, Archie, Ian, Mary, Light, Carla, Chandra, Mary, tried to get it back, and everybody said, oh, we're going to take care of it. It has not been taken care of as to this day. I had to call the police. The police said they should have been called the moment this happened. Oh, I'm sorry. And I am requesting a meeting with the mayor, the city manager, or attorney, the chief of police, and the owner of that building.
Katie, can you send me her contact information?
Yes.
Katie, give me
Thank
your
you.
contact information.
Yes. Milo Schwab, followed by Erica Murphy.
Good evening. My name is Milo Schwab. I represent the family of Rajon Belt Stubblefield. Earlier today, we filed our CGIA notice relating to both Mr. Rajon's killing, or Mr. Belt Stubblefield's killing, and also what his son went through when he saw his father shot in front of him, shot in the head, feet away. Really why I'm here is to call on you all, to call for new leadership in the police department. This is a police department that has not made the changes it needs, that has had 5 years to address its systematic racism, its systematic uses of excessive force. Every summer, we're seeing multiple unarmed people killed in the streets of Aurora, and that's only the killings. I had to take a case last year, 14 months ago, Preston Nunn, had to take that case to trial. We won. Jury found excessive force, awarded $400,000. With attorney's fees and interest, it's over $800,000. That officer was never disciplined. The city found no excessive force, no violations of statute, no violations of policy. What are your policies if a jury says this is excessive force, but the police cover? That's right. And that's what we saw that night when Rajon lay in the streets. Chief Chamberlain took to the podium, took to the microphone, and blamed him. Blamed Rajon. He blamed him. He said, what would he have done different, and did not question if that officer might have acted differently, if Rajon might have been there, still alive, might be with us today, if that officer had made better choices. Chief said, we're here to support our police. We're here to support that officer. Why the rush to judgment? Why was he immediately there to support his officer when his officer may have committed a crime? That's right. This is a police department that circles the wagons, even after being told by the Attorney General that it has a problem with racism, that it has a problem with the way it treats black people in this community. Why does that police chief circle the wagons like that, and why has there not been a change? We've had a change in city council. It's time for a change up top in the police department. Thank you.
Erica Murphy, followed by Kiowa Lewis.
Hi, I'm Erica Murphy, and today I stand before you not grieving, but as a mother. The father of my son, Rajon Belt, was shot and killed by the Aurora police in Aurora in front of our son. No child should ever have to witness something like that. No child should have to carry the trauma for the rest of their life. Rajon was more than a headline. He was more than a police report. He was a father. He was loved, and he mattered. If you knew Rajon, then you knew he was always singing. It didn't matter where he was, in the car, in the kitchen, walking through the store, he always had a song in his heart. He brought laughter in every room that he was in. He was funny without even trying. He loved to joke, play, and make people smile. That's just who he was. Most importantly, he was a good dad. He loved his kids deeply. He showed up, he spent time, he played, he protected, he taught, he presented, My son didn't just lose his father. He lost his hero, his role model, his safe place. Now my son has to grow up without his dad, without hearing him sing, without hearing his jokes, without his hugs, without him cheering him on in life. Those moments were stolen from him. Today, we are calling for justice. Justice means transparency. Justice means accountability. Justice means full and independent investigation. Justice means the truth, not silence, not delay, not excuses. We deserve answers. My son deserves answers. The community deserves answers. This is not just about one family. This is about every child who deserves to feel safe. This is about making sure that no family has to stand where we're standing today. Yes, we are grieving, but we are standing strong, and we are standing together. We will not allow Rajon's life to be reduced to a narrative that erases his humanity. Rajon's life mattered. My son's trauma matters. The truth matters, and we will continue to fight until justice is served. Thank you.
Kiowa Lewis, followed by Veronica Sebron.
Hannah, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, Esther, Mary. In case y'all don't know who these women are, these are actually the women that Yeshua actually granted their prayers. Like, our Lord and Savior doesn't play about women and their children and their prayers. So the thing is, we sit here today and we see so many people get killed, especially minorities. But guess what? It's not us anymore. They're killing white people too. So the thing is, y'all sit here and think that it's okay, but the thing is, when it doesn't attach to you the same way as it does us until it starts to happen to you. Your police don't care about nothing about y'all. They just get a paycheck and say, oh, we following the law. We following these things that has been upheld for us, right? So I say that to say, we have these women up here that are grieving and just full of sorrow and everything. I see everything from the women that is here, my mother, other women that has lost their children as well. So y'all think it's something that God doesn't looks lightly upon? No, he doesn't play about his chosen. So y'all got to understand that as all this is happening, there's going to come a time where y'all are going to need people to stand with y'all, because you're like, oh, well, we've been experiencing this now, but black people have been doing this since centuries, since we've been raped and our ancestors been killed and murdered, and it still is happening. Aurora is the most racist county in the United States. I don't know if y'all know that. You know, thank God we have AI. It pulls up all the statistics, right? I've seen a couple of y'all, granted, Alice and Allie, I love y'all to death. I appreciate y'all standing up for us. But then, I love you. I love everybody that actually has been here within the fight. But for the ones that have not, y'all still sit in these chairs and still do not show any gratitude for the things of you being elected to sit there. Y'all sit here and y'all take it for granted. They don't care about y'all. Best believe, when I say we, I mean spiritually. We are coming for y'all. We are all coming for y'all. God's chosen, the one that actually the people that go against his kids, his children, we are all coming for y'all. Like I told y'all, we get to judge y'all on the day of judgment. It's not a joke. Y'all think it's all a game. Think about it. Today might be your last day. Just be like, dang, Kiowa said it. The scripture said it well before I said it. It's here. And I stand here with all the women that are going through this. These are my brothers and sisters that have lost their lives because of the people that y'all uphold for authority. This is not cool. And I don't mean to say it's not cool, it's intolerable. When I tell you, when these women come down and they figure out their authority that they have, oh, it's going to be hell to pay. I promise you. So.
Veronica Sebron, followed by Median Schaffner.
Good evening, council members. I have stood here many meetings, and I've stated before, I will not stop. I stand here not in solitary, but in solidarity. I am here tonight with a heart full of reflection and a voice committed to change. Our community is living in a time that demands courage, not just from the families like mine, but from our laws, our leadership, and from each other, and each of you sitting up there. We need urgent change in how de-escalation is taught, practiced, and enforced. Too many encounters between law enforcement and civilians, especially in marginalized communities, escalate when they should calm. These are not isolated incidents. They are patterns, and those patterns have consequences measured in lives, families, and future, creating generations of grievance and victims. De-escalation cannot be optional. It must be a foundation of every interaction. Here in Colorado, we have seen the pain of encounters gone wrong. That pain is not abstraction. It is carried by families, neighbors, and entire communities who are left with grief, confusion, and unanswered questions. And I'm standing here not only for my family, but in unity with families like Rajon Belt Stubblefield, Kylin Lewis, Joseph Jones, families like mine who should never have had a traumatic ending to our loved ones' lives. I want to share why this matters so deeply to me. My son Jalen went out for a night of family, not of trouble. He was celebrating his 23rd birthday. He was full of life, full of joy, and had something beautiful to share. He was going to be a father. That night should have been a moment of celebration and legacy. Instead, it became a moment of unimaginable loss. But Jalen's senior spirit lives on in his child, my grandchild, Jalen Jr., a child born into this world that should have been made safer by those who took an oath to protect, but instead took his father. And yet, that child carries so much love already, a love that echoes his dad's smile, strength, and light. I am asking you today not to let Jalen's story or the story of Rajon, Kylin, Joseph, and so many others become just another statistic. Let them be a turning point. Let them be the reason this council demands better training, better policies, better accountability. Families should not have to stand here begging for clarity, safety, and justice. What about the protection for the badgeless and for the helpless? Those who are living out here in fear for their lives from the very people who sworn to protect their lives. Hiding instead of unifying is the easiest thing to do. Be eager to make a change. Take this moment and stand in unity with us.
Median Schaffner, followed by Ayante Anderson.
So before you start my time, I just want to lean into my accommodation. Anyone that has stood with the families of Kylin Lewis, Rajon Belt Stubblefield, or anyone with the movement, I invite you to either stand in your seat or come up and join the area that we are all standing in. Tonight, we have gathered yet again to come into the city of Aurora because this is the core of what we are seeing with policing that is not designed to protect or care. It is designed to control, and it is offering us nothing but destruction. It is no surprise that these families have found connection in their pain And it is no surprise that they are now gathering together, arm in arm, to ensure that they are immovable. It has been 188 days since I witnessed Rajon Belt Stubblefield being baited into his own execution. And I still have not been asked to offer my witness account to what happened that night. Yet we're supposed to think that your process is unbiased. I don't care what anyone is telling you. I am telling you that I have not been called upon to offer that witness. There is a crisis that is happening here in Aurora. We may have new members on council, but for damn sure it feels a little bit the same. When you are not here listening to us at the dais or pretending to listen, you all are in conversation and engaging with each other. I can only wonder which of you is boldly saying that there needs to be a change, and not change conceptually. Because we've been to the meetings about oversight. We've seen you all engage in different conversations about what change can look like. But we are smart enough to know that the change that needs to happen can run in parallel. Todd Chamberlain is the first change you need to make. Yes. Because Todd Chamberlain is the narrator in these stories of pain. So if you find yourself hesitant, you need to ask yourself, are you the leader for this time? If you find yourself rationalizing why that change cannot become reality, ask yourself, are you the leader for this time? Amen. And that is applicable to each and every one of you. You have a city manager that has a responsibility. If you are not putting the needed pressure on the city manager, ask yourself, are you the leader for this time? Because we are not going to keep waiting. By now, it should have felt different, and it doesn't. Get it together.
Ayante Anderson, followed by Nathan Norslander.
I invite everybody to remain standing, because representation without courage is decoration. Isaiah 1:17 teaches us to learn to do right, to seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, and plead the case of the widow. Aurora, your silence is painful because this city is still living with the trauma of Black lives being taken after law enforcement encounters with APD. Families in this city are still standing at this podium and saying, I had to bury my son. I had to bury my husband. I had to bury my father. Communities are still marching for accountability. Names are still being spoken with grief and prayer. And yet, this council, during Black History Month, has failed to acknowledge any of those families. There are 4 Black members of this city council. 4. No other city in the state of Colorado has that many. Our ancestors prayed for moments like this. They marched so that Black people could sit in seats of power. They dreamed that one day their children would be elected, sworn in, and stand unapologetically for truth and justice. We often tell our children, you are our ancestors' wildest dream. But when a council has 4 Black members that cannot pass a Black History Month proclamation, cannot acknowledge the killings of those murdered by the APD, you have become our ancestors' wildest disappointment. Families are still demanding justice, still begging for transparency, still waiting for accountability for unarmed black people killed after encounters with the APD. Mothers are still waiting for truth, fathers are still waiting for accountability, and children are now growing up without parents because black lives were taken by APD. So hear this very clearly. We will not be quiet. We will not be patient. We will not allow these names to fade. We will keep showing up. We will keep speaking truth. We will keep demanding justice until every life that has been taken has been answered for. Because again, representation without courage is decoration. Power without justice is betrayal. And when you are silent when black people die, you are our ancestors' wildest disappointment.
Yeah. Nathan Norslander, followed by Victoria Kagande.
We are just about at the deadline here. Should be the last speaker.
We can start at 16.
Nathan Norslander. Victoria Kagande, followed by Cliff Jones.
What more is there left to say? Yet another black man was taken by an officer's gun. Yet another trauma was burned into this community. There are many statistics on the blatant racism and discriminatory ideology of APD. Too many stories on APD's long history of abuse, negligence, and violent behavior. Also, talking about how APD has been dragging their feet, if not completely standing still on this case and many others. But the bottom line is that no statistics should have been said in order to prove that the extrajudicial killing of yet another black man is wrong, why the breaking apart of a family is wrong, and why the lack of justice and response from the system is always wrong. We need answers in action, no excuses. We cannot let Rajon Belt Stubblefield be reduced to a statistic. We cannot let Kylan Lewis be reduced to a statistics. We cannot let Jalen Chabron be reduced to a statistic, and we cannot let Joseph Jones and so many others be reduced to a statistic, nor any of these families' pain be reduced to a news story. I implore the new members of City Council to please stand up and act. Now is the time of change, and it should have come a long time ago. I would like to spend the rest of my time as a moment of silence for all these people who have been killed. And a moment of silence is not talking to each other.
Cliff Jones, followed by Tandra Blankson.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cliff Jones, and along with others, I am here on behalf of and representing the family of Rajon Belt Stubblefield. I'm here today with one simple but urgent request. Transparency, accountability, and leadership. Rajon's family deserves answers. They deserve a process that is fair, thorough, and free from undue influence. And the community needs to understand and know that justice here in Aurora is not conditional, but that it applies equally regardless of who's involved. As criminal charges are being considered in this case, we're calling for the officer involved to be immediately pulled from duty, desk or otherwise, as we await the outcome of the process. This is not a presumption of guilt. It's about public trust, public safety, plain and simple. When serious questions are raised about an officer's conduct, maintaining that officer in any role undermines confidence in the system and further erodes community trust. I am also deeply concerned about the response and posture of the department's leadership. The tone and actions we have seen from the chief have only intensified community concerns rather than erasing. Leadership in moments like this must be measured, transparent, and accountable. If current leadership cannot restore public confidence, then the city must seriously evaluate whether change at the top is necessary. This is bigger than one tragedy. This is about whether the people of Aurora can trust their police department and whether this city council will insist on the standards that protect both constitutional rights and public safety. Rajon Belt Stubblefield's name should not become another hashtag or headline that fades with time. His case demands action. I urge this council to ensure full transparency in the investigative process, support the removal of the involved officer from active duty, and conduct a serious evaluation of department leadership to determine whether it is serving this community in the way it deserves to be served. Thank you for your time.
Tandra Blankson, followed by Joyce Walton.
Hi, my name's Tandra Blankson. I am the wife of Rajon Belt Stubblefield. I am an Aurora resident. I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but I just want to start with, I understand the assignment. Like all the people who have Black men in their lives that they love, we know that it's our job to humanize them in the eyes of the people who can make changes and hold people accountable. And I'm hoping that by humanizing him, we can heal his sickness. It just keeps growing, and more people keep dying. And I just want to say that Ray was a human being. He was loved, he is missed. And his death has left a void for the people who love him, an unfulfillable void that just gets deeper the longer it takes for accountability and the longer his loss of life is ignored. He was a human person and he is loved. And that's all.
Joyce Walton, followed by Paul Nelson.
Well, hello, everybody. So, some of you might be familiar with my face. My name is Joyce Walton. I have been here at the council before, and I have addressed a concern, which was the red light cameras. The red light cameras, for everybody to know that's sitting in this room, those cameras were voted out of the city and county of Aurora. But the council decided you all wanted those cameras back. And we the people voted them out. You all didn't hear us. You didn't, you ignored us. You brought the cameras back in a different way, so-called safety cameras, ignoring our vote. I told you all before, people died in this country to have a vote. Our vote is supposed to count. Our vote is not to be finding loopholes to get around our votes and bring back in what you want. And the main reason why those cameras were brought back into this city, and everybody knows it, is that you lost revenue. And it was millions of dollars that you lost. But we the people of Aurora said, we don't want the cameras. Everybody in this room, everybody that came up to this podium and spoke tonight have true, genuine issues in our hearts. We are concerned about where we live, and you all supposedly are here for us. We need y'all to step up to the plate. If you don't want to step up to the plate and do what's for the people, then you need to step down or quit. That's all I have to say.
Mayor, council members, we've reached the 1 hour. It looks like we have 4 individuals that have not spoken yet, but they can speak during the second public invited to be heard.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to request that we let the 4 people be heard, and we can take that time off the time at the end instead.
Mayor Pro Tem, that would be a motion to suspend the rules to do that, because it's in the council rules. So if you want to make that motion, and it would take 7 votes.
Okay. Mayor, move to suspend the rules to allow the 4 people to speak and take that time, the 12 minutes, off the public invited at the end of the meeting.
It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Horton, to extend public invited to be heard to accommodate the 4 speakers, and then subtract that time from the end. Is that correct?
Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
So at the end, we have an hour of public invited that follows our meeting, and we never have an hour of public invited. So subtracting 12 minutes does nothing, because at the end, there's likely going to be 15 minutes of public invited. So it doesn't really do anything. How about a friendly amendment? Allow 4 people to speak and do away with public invited at the end, because everyone has probably already spoken, either during this non-agenda item or on agenda items.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Councilmember Horton,
Mayor Pro Tem.
You okay with that?
Yeah, Mayor?
Councilmember Horton.
Appreciate the offer, but I think it's important that folks still have an opportunity to respond to anything that may come up for them throughout our council meeting. And so it makes the most sense to just pursue with Mayor Pro Tem's recommendations of suspending the rules for our public comment right now, subtract 12 minutes. If it does us justice, it does us justice at the end of this meeting. If not, our job is to serve and listen and sit, and so we will do just that.
Mayor?
Councilmember Bergen.
Okay, I have another suggestion. How about at the end, if you've already spoken, then you don't speak and only allow people who have not spoken at the end? I mean, we're extending time. We have an hour at the beginning. We're extending time for 4 more people. And at the end, so I'm asking that we just only allow people who have not spoken to speak at the end.
Mayor,
Councilmember Horton.
let's not infringe on the First Amendment tonight. It would be my recommendation.
Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I call for the question on the Mayor Pro Tem Coombs motion.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes no.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yes.
The motion passes with 8 yes votes, 3 no votes from Mayor Kaufman, Councilmember Bergen, Councilmember Hancock. The motion is approved to allow the last 4 speakers to speak. The
Very
next individual is Paul Nelson, followed by Casey Hicks.
All right. If we could restart my time, thank you. My name is Nels, that's my name. My legal name is Paul, but I'll give you my name that my friends and the people call me. And I'm here representing the local Community Action Committee, DACAC. We're here to take a stand against police crime taking place in our community and to call on justice for Rashad Terrell Johnson, Corey Dillard, Kylan Lewis, Rajon Belt Stubblefield, and the child Jordell Richardson, among more names that I haven't listed here. It's an incomplete list of those who've been killed by the Aurora Police Department. And those who've been paying attention understand that. It's a crisis. It was said earlier, and that was correct. The type of crisis in our community should be named. We're experiencing a constitutional crisis in this country. In 1776, more than 25,000 patriots shed their blood to water this document. And the rights that are enshrined within it are supposed to be afforded to all people within this country. The right of due process to a trial. That whole right is being circumvented and destroyed by your police department regularly at an ever-increasing frequency, and it's on you to do something about it. This document has laid out powers in the people, right? The people deserve life, liberty, and happiness. You talk about it in this pledge. You all stand up and you pledge to it. Well, how about you do something? How about you do something in defense of these rights, in defense of the people who have died in your community? It's high time you do something. This government is supposed to promote these rights for people. It's supposed to support them. And in the absence of supporting that, we the people actually have the right to alter or abolish and institute a new government to put in its place something that will genuinely serve the people. And not some money makers in your society, some 6-digit income that you're paying this crooked clown Todd Chamberlain, which we have you to thank, Jason, for having let this guy into our city. Todd Chamberlain was refused by two other cities before we accepted this clown, this racist, who has been sued by his own department and found guilty of discrimination against black police officers. What's this guy gonna do when someone who's black in our community gets killed? Obviously the wrong thing, and that's what he's done time and time again. So get rid of Todd. Time's up, Todd. It's time to go. And I'm wondering, like the previous speakers, which among you are having these brave conversations to defend our constitutional rights? You know, what is happening to our people has happened before. It was done under a tyrant, King George, who allowed mock trials to take place, who protected them by mock trial from punishment for any murders which they have committed against the inhabitants of these states. You've allowed this kind of tyranny to spring up in our community again. Shame on you. Do something about it.
Casey Hicks, followed by Joyce Bradney.
Hello. Hello, Aurora City Council members. I want to start off my public comment by standing with the people of Aurora and the members of the Denver Aurora Community Action Committee and say that the chief of the Aurora Police Department, Todd Chamberlain, must resign immediately. This coward cop covers up the murders of innocent people in the community. Before I continue, I will say their names. Corey Dillard, Rashad Johnson, Rajon Belt Stubblefield, and Avi Bell Mason. These 4 people and more have all been murdered by the Aurora Police Department under the leadership of coward cop Todd Chamberlain. I want to remind all of the city council members that this clearly racist cop is in leadership of the community of Aurora. This is a city with a large Latino, Chicano, and Black population. Despite this, Todd Chamberlain is hell-bent on getting more racist cops like him on the force. He has gone to right-wing Donald Trump rallies to recruit people that align with the racist and reactionary agenda of the president. This is all so Todd Chamberlain can continue his campaign of violence and murder on the oppressed communities in Aurora, a city, mind you, that coward cop Todd Chamberlain does not live in. This crooked cop took power in the city of Aurora through backdoor deals, not with the approval of the people of the city of Aurora. By taking Todd Chamberlain out of his position as the chief of police, you, city council members, will be representing the will of the people in this city. You will be letting the will of the people speak rather than the will of the racist Trump agenda and the cowards who follow it, like Todd Chamberlain.
Joyce Bradney, followed by Lavette Sanderson.
Hello, I'm Joyce Bradney, and I am in Stephanie Hancock's ward. I am here today to address Councilmember Hancock's email dated February 17th, 2026, which she sent to a select group of her constituents, which neither my husband, our friends, or I must be a part of because we did not receive her email. She has my husband's email because he has previously written her. Ms. Hancock, you start your email off with, "Hello neighbors who care about safety in our city." Then you go on to say how a resolution introduced into the Housing Committee would weaken Aurora's camping ban and open the door to camping throughout the city. However, this is not what the resolution says. You are trying to escalate fear through misinformation. The resolution actually formalizes the current practice of not clearing encampments during bad weather, and instead sending Aurora City Weather Outreach Team to encourage people to go to shelters. It also restores the requirement that people will have 72 hours notice before abatement, except in cases of risk. I'm okay, Ms. Hancock, with you not approving of this resolution, but tell me the truth, why you don't like it. Don't provide lies. I do not see where in the resolution that camping is opening up throughout the city. Then you end your email with, "Please share with your networks. Post to your social media. This is serious. We, the people, need to show up at the study session on February 23rd and at the council meeting to speak up on this topic. Now is a time to stand up. Don't let the left intimidate you. I will fight back. Will you join me? Stephanie Hancock." Your email is not only full of untruths, but you are purposely setting the right against the left. Your predecessors, Molly Market, a Democrat, Charlie Richardson, a Republican, Juan Marcano, a Democrat, did not stoop to this level. All three, despite being from different parties, provided us with a truth and did not put neighbor against neighbor. Do better.
Lavette Sanderson. Lavette Sanderson.
Good after evening. I stand before you with my two grandsons, two of the three of Rajon Belt's children. I want to start by saying, Kaufman, Kaufman, Kaufman. I took a look back. I said, you know, there has to be someone who has the power to change a thing. And you have been doing this thing since 2009, and no changes. There has to be a voice. It's very unfortunate the way my son-in-law was assassinated by an officer who was on traffic, who should have Labor Day weekend been able to tell if someone's this close in front of you that they're 3 times over the legal limit before the assassination. These kids are left without a father. My daughter is a single parent now because he was very active. He was the one the school spoke with to help discipline the children. He was extremely active. It's unfair that we're sitting here. This has gone on for way too long with Martin Luther King. It's ridiculous. I just want to say, before my time is up, that there has to be, and I don't know who can get this done, but some form of a statutory provision, okay? Let's say that you all vote in this statutory provision that if an unarmed black man let me back that up, if an unarmed man, because it shouldn't have to be about color. If an unarmed man is killed by a police officer, maybe they should do a few years in jail in an institution while being retrained until we find out if that's self-defense or if it was murder. If there's no weapon, it's murder. Okay, I'm almost done here because you're not listening. This is all just a facade. I look again at Mike Kaufman, Colorado State Senate, 89 to 98. Colorado State Treasurer, 99 to 2007. Colorado Secretary of State, 2007 to 2008. U.S. House Representative, 2009 to 2019. And he's now the mayor. Your voice is important, and you could change a thing. I'm almost out of time. I want to say that we're fighting wickedness in high places. I don't want to bring Jesus into this, but the wall of separation, I want to say that's just what we're dealing with. Wickedness in high places, literal evil spirits in the heavenly places. I'm done.
That was the last individual to speak.
Next item before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on motions. Item number 10C1 to 10C2. A motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve the consent calendar, items 10C1 and 10C2.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Seconded.
Seconded by Councilmember Wiles. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar on motions, items number 10C1 to 10C2.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Jackson.
Approve.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt the consent calendar for motions.
The next question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on resolutions and ordinances, item number 11A1 to 11A2. Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve items 11A1 and 11A2.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Horton to approve the consent calendar, resolutions and ordinances, 11A1, 11A2. Discussion? I see none. Call for the question.
Councilmember Jackson. Thank you. Councilmember Hancock. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously to adopt the consent calendar for resolutions and ordinances.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 12A.
Item 12A is public hearing consideration of ordinance 2025-06 for a zoning map amendment to rezone approximately 3.91 acres of land to medium-density residential district located south of intersection of East Jewel Avenue and South Joliet Street.
Public hearing is now open. A brief presentation by staff.
Mayor, if I can briefly, the last time this public hearing was held was when we had some council members absent. I just want to confirm that the council members who weren't present have had a chance to watch the previous hearing that was on this matter. I think you all told me that, but I just want to, is there anybody now that has not? Perfect. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Brief presentation by staff.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Rashid Rabal, and I will be presenting on behalf of staff. The applicant, Urban Cottages LLC, is requesting approval of a zoning map amendment, rezone for approximately 3.9 acres from the RR Rural Residential District to R2 Medium Density Residential District. The zoning map amendment was recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission on January 8, 2025. There is some background and update for this request. On January 8, 2025, this application was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission as a zoning map amendment and a site plan. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of the zoning map amendment, and the site plan was tabled. On March the 3rd, 2025, the applicant held a second neighborhood meeting as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff. The staff and the applicant collaborate on the revised site plan over several reviews. On September the 24th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the site plan. To recap, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the site plan and recommended approval of the zoning map amendment to the City Council. The subject property is located south of intersection of East Joel Avenue, which is Collector Street, and South Juliet Street, 2 blocks east of South Havana Street, the city's largest major commercial corridor. The existing zoning is RR, Rural Residential Low Density, and is surrounded by R1, RR, and R2 Medium Density, and it's 2 blocks east of the mixed-use corridor zoning. The proposed zoning is R2, a medium-density residential. The objective of R2 is to promote and preserve the variety of housing type. The subject property is also located within the established neighborhood place type in Aurora Comprehensive Plan. The established neighborhood place type is characterized by predominantly residential area with variety of product type, including single-family detached, attached, and multi-family residential with variety of densities. Also, The variety of housing type in the established neighborhood is often located along Main Street, like South Havana Street. Adjacent to the west is the city corridor place type include high-intensity and high-density commercial and residential uses, supporting the existing relationship between the place type and the transition of the land use. So zoning map amendment. Zoning map amendment is a process that involves the rezone of one or more property at the request of the property owner. Its purpose is aligned with the land use needs with community and while accommodating the development interest. The proposed change should be consistent with community overall objective and the policy detailed in the City of Aurora Comprehensive Plan. Staff find this zoning map amendment complies with the code criteria for the approval for the following reasons. The applications align with the objective of the Aurora Comprehensive Plan for the established neighborhood place type. This place type primarily consists of residential area featuring variety of housing options, including single-family detached, home attached unit, and multifamily, often located along Main Street like Havana. The plan for these urban cottages include development of 30 duplexes units and green courts. Also, the objective of the proposed zoning R2 medium density district is to promote and preserve a variety of housing type. Also, the applicant demonstrates that the change in zoning will not create any dislocation of tenants or occupant of the property. And with that, I conclude my presentation. The applicant is available for questions, and he has a presentation if the City Council wants them to present. Thank you.
Does the applicant wish to give a presentation? Very well.
The left. Yeah, right.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. While we're waiting for the application or the...
One more.
One more? Ah, okay. My name's Alan Cunningham with PCS Group, 200 Kalamath Street, Denver, 80223. On behalf of Urban Cottages, I'm pleased to be here to, it's been a long road, so I'm pleased to be here before you tonight to give this presentation. Being heard for the rezoning request, but we do have a couple of slides pertaining to the site plan, since when we were before you previously, there was some interest in understanding where the site plan stood. So with that, quick context, staff showed this as well. Just wanted to highlight to the west of us the location of some existing multifamily and single-family attached proximate to our site, since the request for R2 is to be able to bring paired homes to the property. And as you can see, there's a townhome community that exists directly across Jewel to the north of this property. This is just another view of that in bird's eye, where you can see the different apartment and townhome complexes and the Jewel Terrace townhomes that are directly across the road from us. So as mentioned, this site is currently zoned rural residential, which, as you know, the purpose for rural residential is very low density, single family with limited agricultural uses in a rural setting. As it stands, this is the only rural residential property along this portion of Jewel. I will show you one more that actually zooms out. And so the property's on the left-hand side highlighted with that circle so you can see it. So this goes all the way from South Dayton Street over near Parker Road all the way past 225 to the east. I believe it's about 3.5 miles that are shown on here, and this is the only property zoned rural residential along this entire stretch. So our request is to rezone this property to R2. As mentioned, the goal is to be able to bring paired homes to this property, to be as attainable as we can be with the infill residential development on the property, and to be able to transition from the townhomes across the street to the north to the greater single-family detached community to the south, while recognizing the presence of this property along East Jewel Ave. Within the comp plan, as was shown, You can see the blue arrow up at the very left. This is in the established neighborhood, and it's adjacent to the more intense city corridor designation along Havana. Within the established neighborhood, you can see the 3 dots that are the full black ones. Those are primary land uses within the neighborhoods. And so within this place type, single-family detached, single-family attached, and multifamily are the primary uses. So we're in keeping with that with the request for the R2 zone district. Another portion of the comp plan, the housing for all policy. A few important goals here within the policy to increase high-quality housing options of all types and at all price levels throughout the city, to address barriers to the development of diverse housing variety and neighborhood choices across the city, and to decrease barriers to homeownership. And we believe that rezoning this property from rural residential to R2 will help accommodate those. Timeline for you. This one's been in the works for a while. Our first submittal to the city was back in February of 2022. There was a break in the middle due to some market conditions and other discussions, but obviously a long road, several iterations of the plan. Our initial plan on it had 40 paired home units, and over time that has been whittled down, and I will show you those plans in a minute. But as mentioned, we had gone before Planning Commission. The rezoning was recommended for approval to council. The site plan referred back. And so at the latter part of this, we went back, had another neighborhood meeting, made revisions to the plan, and ultimately last September received unanimous approval of that site plan. So as mentioned, I will show those, even though this is a hearing for rezoning. I think the site plan is important. So here's just some of the iterations. Upper left was when the plan had 40 units. One to the right of that was 36. That was the original submittal. Went down to 34 units in the bottom left, and then the plan on the bottom right was the 32-unit proposed plan that went to Planning Commission and was referred back. This plan was the one that in September was the revised plan, went back to Planning Commission, was reduced further down to 30 units. So we had started at 40, down to 30 in this. A private alley through the middle, so this is all alley-loaded product, so you get attractive front architecture to jewel into the property perimeter. And a greatly increased buffer. It's 3 times larger along the southern edge than it was with the previous plan that had gone before Planning Commission. So this, excuse me, was the plan that received unanimous approval in September. So just circling back to the rezoning, we believe that rezoning this to R2 is appropriate for an infill site to allow more attainable residential development within this part of the city and consistent with the Aurora Places comp plan and housing for all. In terms of the approval criteria, this is based upon just change of conditions over time in the neighborhood. There hasn't been an error, but I'm sure at some point in time rural residential made sense on this part of Jewel, but obviously the neighborhood's evolved, and so hence the request for R2. And in terms of the criteria for approval, we believe that this request is justified in terms of being compliant with the comprehensive plan and housing for all, like I said, that it is capable of achieving the size, scale, height, and density to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And it will not dislocate any tenants or occupants because the site is vacant and has been for a long time. So with that, members of our team are here to answer any questions you may have.
I'll call you up for questions in just a little bit. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard on this issue?
Yes. The first person is Maya Wheeler, followed by Juan Marcano.
And if you can, just state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Maya Wheeler, and I live in Ward 5. I'm here to speak in support of Agenda Item 12A, the Urban Cottage Jewel Zoning Map Amendment. Across Aurora and Arapahoe County, we are facing a real attainable housing challenge. Teachers, healthcare workers, first responders, small business employees, seniors on a fixed income, and young families are struggling to find homes they can afford close to where they work. Projects like this represent what many call missing middle housing homes that are more obtainable than large single-family houses, but less dense than large apartment complex. That balance matters. And it reflects the kind of thoughtful density that helps stabilize our housing market without dramatically altering neighborhood scale. At the same time, density must be aligned with infrastructure. I understand that neighbors have real concerns about traffic, drainage, and neighborhood character. Those concerns deserve to be addressed through clear planning and accountability. Housing decisions should consider water availability and long-term supply, traffic impact and safe access, school capacity, stormwater and drainage systems, and emergency response access. Growth without infrastructure planning creates strains on neighborhoods and frustrations for residents. But growth that is coordinated, transparent, and responsibly phased creates stability. Aurora's long-term water strategy is especially important in this conversation. If we support medium-density housing, we must also prioritize sustainable water management, conservation, and infrastructure alignment. The question is not whether we grow, the question is how we grow. Balanced density, thoughtful design, and infrastructure readiness can help Aurora remain livable, environmentally responsible, and economically strong. For those reasons, I respectfully ask Council to support this rezoning with the expectation that infrastructure alignment, water sustainability, and neighborhood impacts remain central throughout implementation. Thank you.
Juan Marcano, followed by Gary Peterson.
Good evening, Council. My name is Juan Marcano, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I just wanted to touch on a couple of points that I shared with y'all last time this item came up. I know a bunch of you weren't here. I understand that you might have watched the video, which is great, but my apologies if anything is repetitive for the folks who were here last time. So first, I strongly support this development. Aurora needs more housing and more housing diversity, and this is a small bit of missing middle housing that y'all should be very excited to welcome into our city. The use for the site in question meshes very well with the nearby community. It's already a mix of R1, R2, R3, and some MUC. Havana Heights, as y'all know, is a very eclectic community, and this just continues that tradition. I did want to share with you that I had a chance to speak with some concerned community members who expressed their primary concerns, and it wasn't necessarily about, this kind of housing, changing the neighborhood character or anything like that. It actually had to do with traffic and safety on Jewel for motor vehicle traffic, which is already an issue. We have a lot of folks who like to speed down Jewel, especially near the school. And I understand that this development is going to trigger an update for our sidewalks, for our curb and gutter configurations immediately. It's going to have to bring all of that up to code. And this should be an opportunity to actually make this stretch of Jewel safer, to better connect the new community with the amenities on Havana, but also with the community across the street, and to better access the schools nearby. I would encourage you all and the developer to work together to see if you can actually create a protected mid-block crossing with pedestrian islands and a neck down to narrow the drive lanes there, which will encourage folks to drive more slowly. Again, it would better connect the community with the existing R2 homes, provide safer access to the school and to Havana by slowing motor vehicle traffic down, which was the primary source of concern that I heard from other members of the community. So thank you for your time and consideration, and I strongly encourage all to vote yes on this rezone.
Gary Peterson, followed by Sheena Shabatura.
Good evening, Council. I was here a month ago, and I presented the facts that I see them as why this rezoning should be rejected. First of all, a year ago, Councilwoman Coombs presented 3 factors that we should consider in moving this rezoning forward. She said this is going to be adding density to an established neighborhood. This is going to be within RTD established routes. And this is going to afford walkability to residential support facilities within the neighborhood. Well, currently, a year later, D.R. Horton has answered the density issue with their development of Arcadia. That's 180 paired homes, plus 368 townhomes, all within this extended neighborhood. And that answers the density question. The question about RTD routing and walkability, nobody that's going to buy a $500,000 or $600,000 paired home is riding RTD. And they're not walking to Safeway. They're not walking to Costco. They're not walking to Havana Gardens. They're taking Uber, they're driving, or they're taking DoorDash. Also, the slide presentation that you witnessed tonight, that's like a magic show. The pastel colors and all the emphasis of development west of the subject, talking about density that west of the subject towards Havana, clearly omitting east of the subject, which is the park and R1 designated properties. So you have a neighborhood, and I'm assuming you all saw the petition of over 200 signatures of people in this neighborhood that do not want this zoning change. Is that correct? Has everyone seen that petition? That is neighbors that have said, we don't want this zone change. So you have a responsibility as elected officials to reflect the cares and concerns of the residents in the neighborhood, not concentrating on the desires and the format of several suits that want to come into the neighborhood, jam 300 units on a topographically challenging site, and then leave, and then we have a dysfunction in the neighborhood because this development does not amplify the quality of the area. And I would encourage all you members to at least drive by this site, take a look at it, envision 30 units jammed onto it, and see if that fits with the neighborhood. You can look at slides, you can hear her presentation, but if you actually go there, you will see that this is not going to help the character of the neighborhood.
Shayna Shabatura, followed by Kyle Weber.
What did they start out with, about 40 units?
Hello again, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Shayna Shabatura. I am a resident of Ward 4. My husband and I own one of the 3 properties directly south of the proposed urban cottages site, about maybe 20 to 30 feet up though. As adjacent property owners, we are among the most directly impacted stakeholders, and we will experience the effects of this change firsthand. I want to be clear that I do support thoughtful development on this site. However, I oppose rezoning this property to R2 because of concerns about compatibility, drainage, life safety, site constraints, and the broader need to balance housing with open space and access to nature in our community. We dropped the traffic angle a long time ago. We realized that wasn't an angle at all. I recognize the dilemma before you. Aurora does need attainable housing, and this site may seem appropriate at first glance, but it's important to note that many residents in the existing R2 development, the townhomes across the street, they are also opposed to this rezoning. So this suggests an issue that it's not simply resistance to change, but real concerns about fit and intensity. I also want to acknowledge that Habitat for Humanity, referenced by the project's first supporter the last time we were together, is widely respected and has contributed positively to this neighborhood. In contrast, though, Urban Cottages appears to be a relatively new build-to-rent operator rather than an experienced urban infill developer. And their capacity to deliver a complex infill project has not been clearly demonstrated. More broadly, this case highlights a systemic concern. Aurora's discretionary rezoning framework allows major intensity changes without objective compatibility standards or binding comprehensive plan constraints. When rezoning happens first and infrastructure follows later, or sometimes not at all, it creates predictable conflict between neighborhoods, developers, and the city. Good planning should reduce conflict, not generate it. I respectfully urge the council to consider whether approving this rezoning reflects thoughtful plan-based development, or whether it perpetuates a process that has repeatedly put communities and the city at odds. Thank you for your time and consideration over these past 13 months. I have gained so much. Thank you.
Kyle Weber.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Weber. I am an Aurora resident, and I'm here this evening to speak opposing the Urban Cottages development and rezoning. This project has been in development now, planning for 4 years and a year in front of you guys. This agenda item has been continued 8 times already with the City Council alone. If this rezoning was worthy of passing, then it would have passed long ago. There is hesitancy from the council and neighborhood for a reason. If you approve woeful, it's going to continue to just be that, woeful. Juan Marcano says that this neighborhood is eclectic, unique. It's a very special part of Ward 4. He's correct, and we want to keep it that way. Cities often over-rely on zoning compliance and under-evaluate developer capacity and neighborhood impacts. Rezoning becomes a speculative entitlement rather than demonstrated community benefit plan. Small, inexperienced developers can secure high-impact rezoning with minimal accountability. Please don't tarnish the neighborhood with this woefully prepared and out-of-place rezoning. Thank you.
That was the last individual to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Questions to staff or to the applicant from members of council?
Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. Just in terms of the zoning that is R2 versus R1, is it true that in Area 3, this particular product of paired homes would be considered R1? Because there's discrepancy between areas A, B, and C.
Sure. Brandon Camerata, Planning Department. Yes, the zoning allotments that you're referencing in sub-area C, which are further east, are more permissive in R1 than they are here. And in sub-area C, they do permit, I believe, duplex development.
Yeah, which I thought was odd, and obviously I have chaired the Planning and Economic Development for years, and we brought that up last year. We're making changes to our zoning and also to our code in terms of allowing small lots and so forth. But it's a big factor because it's not consistent across the city, and what's, again, a paired home considered in one area to be R1 and not R2. And so heard from residents that they'd prefer it to be R1 and not R2. Have other areas of the older part of the city ever been zoned RR and then later changed zoning?
Mayor, through you, yes.
Because a lot of it would have been just vacant land in the past years, decades.
Correct. RR is very low density allowance.
Okay. And is it possible that if this was denied tonight, that another applicant could come forward and convince a council to put in apartments? If it was rezoned?
If they were to pursue a rezone, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question for the applicant. Can you guarantee that this is the site plan? Obviously, it was approved, but that it would be the site plan with 30, and it would not be an apartment complex?
Yes, Todd Johnson, Urban Cottages, yes, we can guarantee that with this rezoning, because the council actually did ask us to go further when we were going through this zoning process, and instead of just zoning the property and not knowing what it could be, we took that extra step, and this is the plan that we are moving forward with, and hopefully with an approval tonight, we will execute on it.
Okay, thank you, because that was one of my concerns early on, was that we wanted to see the site plan before we approved the zoning. Sometimes we do it the other way around, which in my opinion doesn't make sense. So thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions of staff for the applicant by members of council? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed and a motion is in order.
They have an option to give remarks if they want.
Any closing remarks? I'm sorry. Any closing remarks?
We're okay.
Seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve the zoning map amendment for the Urban Cottages Jewel project.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Bergen.
Seconded by Councilmember Bergen. Discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to address a couple of items that that were raised. I appreciate the patience and consistency of the folks who have come to speak to us. That said, I do want to clarify that when buses are frequent and reliable, people use them, and the Bus 105 is one of the more frequent and reliable routes that we have in the city, in the Denver metro area. It runs every 15 minutes and has connections to the Colfax 15 and 15 Limited, which are the actually most used and most reliable buses that we have in the entire area. And people of all income levels do use the buses, again, when it makes life more convenient, including people with disabilities, but also people who just don't want to be stuck in traffic for an hour and can instead read a book on the bus. In addition, the D.R. Horton site that was referenced is a 45-minute walk from this site. It's not an area that folks living there currently or using the surrounding uses have reasonable walkable access to. And finally, things that are in walking distance, 6 to 10 minutes, are Katsu Ramen, Angry Chicken, Soul Barbecue, Tofu Story, definitely the sorts of places one would enjoy walking to from one's home instead of having to drive to them. And having to find parking and things of that nature. So I would enjoy buying a house in this location, including a paired home, and I hope that my colleagues will support this project.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, and I just want to say it was a very difficult decision. We obviously had a lot of delays to make sure that we were not voting just on the zoning without having the context of a site plan. I think the applicant, you have shown that you've made some changes in terms of reducing the density with the paired homes, and then the buffering on one side of I think on the south side. I just hope that it does look, fits in compatibly with the neighborhood. I'm sorry to those neighbors that opposed it and didn't want it here. I think you could very well down the road have ended up with a multifamily apartment complex versus for sale product that will be attractive.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple things. First, I want to kind of reiterate what one of the speakers said. I think one of the things we're really missing in Aurora is middle housing. We have a lot of affordable, low-cost housing. We have a lot of higher-end housing. We don't have a lot in the middle, especially as a for-purchase price point. And so I think I really appreciate what's happened here, because I think that it actually does fit in pretty nicely with the neighborhood. As was pointed out in the presentation, the rural residential zoning really doesn't exist anywhere near there. And so that's really the outlier, that zoning, not what it's being asked to change to. And I think I've been really consistent in approving housing issues that have come up in front of us, whether it's multifamily. I have some of my colleagues that don't really like multifamily. I've also supported single family. I have some of my colleagues that don't like single family. I've approved it all. Somebody mentioned the Habitat for Humanity project, and there was a lot of consternation there. I, in that case, ended up being the 6th vote, and no regrets. I think it's turned out beautifully. The houses are beautiful. I think it's been a good addition to the neighborhood, and I feel like this is going to be the same as well. So, thanks.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 12A.
The motion passes with 9 yes votes, 1 no vote from Councilmember Hancock to adopt item 12A.
Thank you.
Would the clerk now read the title to item number 13A?
Item 13A is introduction of ordinance 2026-04, amending section 138-229 of the Aurora City Code pertaining to lead and galvanized service lines requiring replacement.
Mayor and members of City Council, my name is Shawnee Klein. I am the Deputy Director of Internal and External Affairs at Aurora Water. I thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight about the proposed changes to Section 138-229 of the Aurora Municipal Code regarding lead service lines and galvanized service line replacement. Aurora Water is required under the federal lead and copper rule improvements to, and also state regulations to identify and replace lead service lines and galvanized lines that have been known to either be downstream of lead or have had the possibility of having been downstream of lead. As a reminder, a service line is that we're referring to with respect to this ordinance is the part of the service line that is attached to the house and then goes to the meter, which is privately owned. Under our current ordinance, Aurora requires replacement of all galvanized service lines, regardless of whether those lines meet the regulatory definition of galvanized requiring replacement. As our service line investigations have continued, we've identified additional records showing that many galvanized service lines in Aurora were never downstream of lead, and those lines do not present a public health risk. The proposed ordinance change would require replacement of only service lines that are lead or galvanized requiring replacement, and remove the blanket requirement to replace all galvanized service lines and preserve Aurora Water's authority to require replacement where a public health benefit is demonstrated. This adjustment does not reduce our commitment to protecting public health. Instead, it ensures that our replacement efforts are targeted, data-driven, and aligned with regulatory intent. The purpose of these programs is to reduce lead exposure. Focusing on lead and galvanized requiring replacement lines ensures that our efforts are directed where they provide measurable health benefit. This change ensures that time, capital, and customer impact are concentrated on verified risks rather than on infrastructure that does not present a health concern. This update aligns Aurora's ordinance with federal lead and copper rule improvement and Colorado's primary drinking water regulations, as well as industry best practices. And to be clear, this does not eliminate lead service line replacement, does not reduce public health protection, and does not prevent replacement of galvanized lines where lead exposure is a risk.
So in summary, this revision keeps Aurora fully compliant with while focusing efforts where they are truly needed and maintaining appropriate authority over privately owned service lines when public health is at stake. And I respectfully request your approval of these changes.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, a motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve item 13A.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by?
Bergen?
Second by Councilmember Bergen to approve item number 13A. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13A.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt item 13A.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 13B.
Item 13B is introduction of ordinance 2026-05, amending Chapter 6 of the City Code to add Article 4 and Sections 6501 through 6522 to establish a tobacco, kratom, and age-restricted hemp license, and amending Section 94-343 of the City Code relating to dispensing of tobacco products. And Mayor, we do have individuals who would like to speak from the public.
What's the order? Do I do presentation by staff first? A brief presentation by staff.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Trevor Vaughn, Manager of Licensing. This ordinance is a proposal for a tobacco retail license for the city. After study session, based on feedback from Council and working with the sponsor, several changes were made to the ordinance in the packet tonight. We removed the federal reference regarding products that aren't permitted. Removal of the SNAP fraud, EBT fraud section that was struck. The good cause definition for approving or denying a license was rewritten. The section in there trying to make it more specific with regards to conduct of the business, and a severability clause was added to the ordinance.
Does anybody wish to be heard on this issue?
Yes, the first person is Joyce Baker, followed by Delisha Boyd.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joyce Baker. I am one of your constituents, and I'm also representing Children's Hospital Colorado on the request for you to support this ordinance. We often think of tobacco as a problem of the past, but the reality is that nicotine has simply changed forms. Today, our kids are exposed to an entirely new generation of products like disposable vapes, e-cigarettes, pods, nicotine pouches that are designed to be discreet, addictive, and appealing. I actually brought an example of a picture of a vape product that is designed to look like an inhaler that is prescribed by physicians so that way it can be considered stealth vaping. As a licensed respiratory therapist, I see firsthand how vulnerable our young people are to the harms of nicotine and tobacco products. I care for children and adolescents every day, many who are living with asthma and chronic respiratory conditions. I've seen teens who are testing boundaries, experimenting with vaping because they believe it's safer than smoking and because the tobacco products make it feel fun, harmless, and socially acceptable. But the data really tells a different story. 1 in 4 high school students or 1 in 10 middle school students report using e-cigarettes or vaping. What these young people don't realize is that this product contains harmful chemicals and high levels of nicotine that fuel addiction, contribute to learning and emotional regulation, respiratory irritation, and worsening respiratory symptoms. I've watched teens who vape arrive in the emergency department having difficulty breathing, persistent coughing, and increased work of breathing. It ends up in the intensive care unit and places them at risk for e-cigarette or vaping-associated lung injury, EVALI. Research shows that teens who vape are 3 to 5 times more likely to start smoking as young adults compared to their peers who do not vape. And we also know that long-term consequences of smoking. We also know that 90% of adults who started smoking started before the age of 18. If we want to prevent lifelong addiction, we must prevent youth initiation. This is why strong local action matters. Our kids deserve to grow up free of addiction, free from preventable lung disease, and free from lifelong consequences of nicotine exposure. Protecting them starts with reducing access to tobacco and nicotine products, enforcing age restrictions, and ensuring that retailers are held accountable. Thank you for your time, and I urge your support in this important ordinance. Thank you.
Delisha Boyd, followed by Julie Default.
Hello again. My name is Delisha Boyd. I'm a Dean of Students at Rangeview High School. I've been working in Rangeview for about 17 years as a dean. And as you can imagine, we see a lot of different things in our offices. One of the things that's striking for us is that the amount of students who are in our schools vaping regularly has grown astronomically. It's been one of the biggest disciplinary actions that we have to take in the schools. Any given day, you can go into a bathroom, into a classroom sometimes, and you will see students who are vaping. And sometimes they're discreet. I haven't run across the inhaler type of vape, but our kids are so addicted. When we talk to parents, when we talk to adults related to kids, they always say to me, I do not know how my kiddo is getting these vapes. They don't have the money. I don't know where they're coming from. And what we know when we do talk to students is that they are getting these vapes going into different stores, and there is becoming a black market for them. We have kids that go in, they purchase vapes in bulk, and they bring them back to schools, and they sell them to their peers. And it makes it very accessible. Doing something from the City Council that limits the amount of vapes that students have access to, children have access to, can greatly help our plight in making sure that our students are safe at school and that they are addicted. They are no longer addicted. They're not fighting the addiction. And that type of addiction does all kinds of things to their learning at school, particularly their focus, particularly emotional control. We see a lot of that as relating to vaping. We also see, as a sidebar, a lot of violence relating to vaping. Just these last few weeks for us at Rangeview High School, we've encountered a lot of students who, or I would say 5 students in particular, who are becoming more and more aggressive with each other. Someone lent their vape to another student in the bathroom and it never was returned. The next thing we know, we're dealing with an aggressive, almost a fight. You've taken my vape and I want it back. And those kind of things can be eliminated if students have a limited amount of exposure and access to receiving vapes. We also know that this is a big problem, that we need other supports in the schools as well. When we walk into the bathroom as deans, oftentimes if kids are vaping, they flush that vape right down the toilet, and that has caused thousands and thousands of dollars worth of plumbing issues for us in the schools. Our school, we had to shut down 4 or 5 bathrooms because the plumbing was clogged, and it took about 4 or 5 weeks for them to dig up our art classroom in order to alleviate the problems and pull out the vapes there. So any support that we can receive from the school, from the city, county, to help our schools would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Julie Dreyfalt, followed by Grier Bailey.
Good evening, Mayor Kaufman and members of the City Council. My name is Julie Dreyfalt, and I'm speaking on behalf of One Chance to Grow Up, a nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting kids from today's increasingly potent and deceptive psychoactive substances through education and common sense policy. We are very proud to stand along Aurora Partners for Thriving Youth, united by a shared nonpartisan commitment, ensuring that public health and youth safety and never industry profits remain at the center of drug policy locally. First, I want to commend you all for your leadership in passing the 2025 ban on psychoactive substances last year. By taking this step, you closed a critical gap that allowed intoxicating products that have been marketed as legal and natural to be sold with little or no oversight. Hemp-derived THC, which is here, mushrooms, nitrous oxide, kratom, all have created a gray market that mirrors the risks of the cannabis industry for our adolescents, but without any regulatory safeguards. One Chance helped close the intoxicating federal loophole that allowed these products to proliferate nationally, so we do know that public health center policy works and can prevail. To better understand what is being sold, last year my colleagues and I conducted some field observations at vape shops and gas stations in Arapahoe County, and these are the purchases I bought. We found a nitrous oxide tank that looked like a scuba gear. We found kratom sodas, which were disguised as energy drinks. There's no age restriction on this bottle. Ice cream cones and gummies wrapped in bright, youth-appealing wrappers that look like everyday treats. But I do want to share why your work matters. When we spoke to employees at these locations, they explicitly stated they could not sell these products in their Aurora stores because of your recent ban. So this proves that your policy is working. You have successfully built a wall of protection around Aurora's youth, preventing these products from coming into your community. So job well done. However, we know a ban is only as strong as its enforcement. Without regular compliance checks, high-profit products will return. We recommend at least 2 compliance inspections per retailer per year to ensure youth protections remain the top priority. And the science is clear on everything I've said tonight. We're not dealing with the substances of decades past. 2, if access expands, normalization increases, perceived risk declines, and guess what? Youth use goes up. The adolescent brain develops until 25. 27 for men. And 4, during this time of brain maturation, exposure to high THC and other psychoactive substances increases addiction, psychosis, anxiety, depression, suicide ideation, and long-term cognitive harm. New research just this weekend showed teens who use THC are twice as likely to develop bipolar disorder and schizophrenia.
Breyer Bailey, followed by Haley Foster.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Greer Bailey, and I serve as Executive Director of Colorado Convenience Store Association, Colorado Petroleum Marketers. I want to note all the products that are designed specifically for kids are currently illegal under federal law. Most of the retailers in your community don't sell them, and the folks that do sell them should be targeted, which is why it's a little bit strange that the federal law provision was removed from the ordinance. I'm here today in a much different place than I would have been a couple months ago, mainly due to the work of Mr. Vaughn and the licensing team, who has convinced our board that Aurora needs specific attention. And so when you're talking about retailers who are doing the right things, when you pass an ordinance like this increases the regulatory burden on them, takes time away, and increases the cost on their businesses. And sometimes that's going to be okay. It's going to be okay when there's other members of our community and the retailers that are not doing the right thing. We do have a bit of a shared responsibility to increase enforcement and make sure and hold our own retailers accountable. That said, I also want to kind of put a pin and a flag in the sand. Our association doesn't believe in regulating adults. There's no flavor bans in this ordinance, but I'm very, very aware that after retail licensing happens, that's kind of the next step that the local public health organizations start. We don't believe in regulating adult behavior, and we think that adults should be free to do what they want to with their own bodies with federally legal products and services, period. We've been very, very consistent on that. Thank you very much for removing disassociated policy areas such as EBT and SNAP from this ordinance. Thank you very much for the revisions relative to loitering and some of the other social criminal activities that really have nothing to do with tobacco sales. We would ask that the council adopt a structured study that allows you to evaluate the impact of this ordinance specifically in Aurora. I am confident, and we have years of data, noting that retailers in the state are above 93% compliant when it comes to sales to minors. We have sign-out reports, decades of data that support that. But if Aurora is a particular problem for our industry, I want to know about it. You guys should want to know about it. And in part, it's because of the work that Mr. Vaughn and the licensing authority has done that have convinced us to be okay with the passage of this. So it's not a perfect ordinance. We know that there's more coming. We'll stand in the way of that. But for today, you have our support. Thank you.
Haley Foster, followed by Eleni Romano.
Pardon? Yes. These are our youth coalition. United for Better Future, so it's our youth group, so yeah. Hi, my name is Haley Foster. I facilitate Aurora Partners for Thriving Youth, a community-based prevention coalition focused on reducing substance misuse among our young people and supporting the overall health and well-being of the Aurora community. I want to thank Mayor Kaufman and the council for your continued focus on this ordinance and on youth well-being. I especially want to recognize Councilmember Ruben Medina for his long-standing commitment to Aurora youth, young people, and his consistent engagement in this work. I also want to thank Councilmember Hancock for helping move this issue forward and her leadership on prevention matters. Our Aurora Partners brings together youth, parents, schools, public health officials, healthcare providers, and local leaders to create coordinated, evidence-based prevention strategies that strengthen families, schools, and neighborhoods. We approach prevention strategically and comprehensively. We understand that no single program or policy will solve a complex issue like substance use. Prevention is most effective when efforts are coordinated and we work across multiple levels. At the family level, we equip parents and caregivers with tools and information and support the need to have meaningful conversations and set clear expectations at home. At the student level, we prioritize youth voice, leadership, and education. We meet young people where they are, help them build decision-making skills, and empower them to be part of the solution rather than simply the subject of it. We work closely with Aurora schools to support school-based prevention, restorative approaches, and alternatives to suspension that keeps students connected to learning while addressing behavior in a constructive way. At the community level, we collaborate with public health, law enforcement, healthcare providers, local organizations, and city leadership to ensure that our strategies are coordinated and reinforced one another rather than working in isolation. We are asking this for active city participation to help us build healthy, thriving youth by aligning policies around retail density, proximity to the schools, and accountability structures that reduce easy access. A tobacco retail framework is not a standalone solution. It has never been intended to be one. Rather, it's a policy lever that complements education, family engagement, school support, and youth-led efforts by addressing access and availability in retail environment. This works best when responsibility is shared across all systems. Thank you for your partnership, your leadership, and your continued support of Aurora youth and our families. We would look forward to continuing to work together on these matters. Thank you.
Eleni Romano, followed by Andre Bala.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Eleni Romano, and I'm speaking in support of the tobacco and age-restricted psychoactive product retail licensure. I'm a mom of two, a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, and that's primarily the role that I'm speaking with you in today. However, I also have a role, an unofficial role here today, where I am an assistant professor at the University of Colorado in the School of Medicine. where it's my job to research and learn about tobacco and nicotine products and their impact. I also worked for 10 years at the Rocky Mountain Regional VA Medical Center as a psychologist, where I co-led the tobacco clinics there. And I wanted to say a lot of the things that people are sharing here today, which is about how the large majority of people who use and become dependent on nicotine and tobacco products start in their adolescence. They start at a time when their brains are not fully developed and are primed to develop addictions. They start at a time when they're vulnerable to developing mental health conditions, at a time when their lungs respond to vape products with decreased lung function, chronic bronchitis, other issues. We're also starting to see data that shows that exclusive vaping leads to and increases the risk of COPD, hypertension. And so these are all major concerns that we have with young people using these novel nicotine products. But I also want to address the comment that this is not about regulating adults and not infringing on people's choices with their own bodies. I will tell you that when I would sit with a veteran who was smoking for 50 years with COPD in the hospital, struggling to quit even though they can't breathe, I will tell you that those individuals don't feel like they have the choice of using their nicotine product. So this is really about helping support our local city in being able to monitor and to enforce this law so that people under the age of 21 aren't developing these dependencies. Thank you, and I encourage and respectfully ask for your support for this. Thank you.
Andre Bala, followed by Maisha Fields.
Mayor Kaufman, esteemed members of the Aurora City Council, my name is Dr. Andre Bala. I'm the proud principal of Smoky Hill High School, located in this beautiful city. I come to you today as someone who sees the cost of youth nicotine addiction up close and personal. Teen vaping is not a trend we can simply wait out. It is an addiction issue, a school climate issue, and a public health concern. Our students are being exposed to highly addictive products at an age when their brains are still developing. Nicotine affects attention, learning, mood, and impulse control, the very capacities students need to be successful both in school and in life. In schools across Aurora, the impact is real. Vaping pulls students out of class, fuels conflict, increases supervision burdens, and undermines the culture of focus and accountability educators work tirelessly to build day in and day out. It also affects how our schools are perceived. When teenagers are helplessly vaping in school bathrooms, near campus, in parking lots, or around local businesses, it sends the wrong message to families and to the broader community about the safety and health of our learning environment. Schools cannot solve this problem alone. But we can educate, we can intervene, we can provide counseling and consequences. But when age-restricted products remain too easy for minors to access, schools are left managing the fallout instead of preventing the harm. That is why high schools across the city of Aurora need your partnership, as well as the partnership of the surrounding businesses. Responsible retailers should welcome clear standards, fair enforcement, and accountability. The recently proposed ordinance is a practical step that helps reduce youth access to tobacco, vapes, kratom, and age-restricted hip products while supporting community health. City Council members, I respectfully urge you and also thank you for your confidence in making sure this ordinance passes. Thank you for your support, because with your support, it supports student health, safer schools, and most importantly, a stronger Aurora. Thank you for your time.
Maisha Fields.
Good evening. It's so good to be here with each and every one of you today. Thank you, Mayor Kaufman and the dais for your leadership. My name is Maisha Fields. I am a resident of Aurora, and I own property in Aurora. I've raised all my children in Aurora, and I have 5 of them, and they graduated from Smoky Hill High School. So, and I'm also an associate professor of nursing. And so I want to say that throughout my tenure as a nurse, I have held the hands and struggled with patients who could not breathe, similar to my other colleague who was up here. I have watched mothers cry in the hospital when their children were struggling with withdrawal of nicotine addiction. I've also worked with Trevor in trying to to close down, I don't know if I can say that, but we did do that, to close down vape shops, specifically in the Northwest Corridor. This issue is just not about vaping, it's also about equity. And we know along the Northwest Corridor, up along Colfax, my nursing students just recently put together a map, and within a 2-mile radius from Yosemite and Colfax all the way up to Peoria, 8 vape shops, 7 liquor stores, 6 dispensaries, and then it stops. And then after that, it picks up again after you cross over the bridge under the 225 thoroughway, and you get to Sable in Colfax, where McDonald's now has an armed person at the drive-through. And so I'm here to say that this is about equity, is about making sure that our children don't have access to vaping products. It's about holding people accountable and limiting tobacco retailers and making sure that they're held accountable. Because if we do it for liquor stores, we do it for daycares, we should definitely be doing it for children who are living in these communities. And just food for thought, and I'll give this to you for free, because my dad used to say that all the time. We have the most children per capita in Northwest Aurora. So we have the most schools, we have the most school-age children in that area, but they have the greatest access to the things that they should not have access to. So I urge you to support this measure. And I thank Ruben Medina, Chris Gardner, the one.
Ellen Wu.
While somebody's coming up, I want to say that Councilmember Hancock is online tonight, as well as Councilman Andrews. So they are present. And I wish.
So my name is Ellen Wu, and I am a constituent. Philip Morris, PML, the manufacturer of nicotine pouches, was given $7.1 million in tax incentives by the city of Aurora, playing the enabler. National Youth Tobacco Survey conducted by the FDA and the CDC found that 1.5% of middle school and high school students in the U.S. reported using nicotine pouches in 2023. By 2024, that had risen to 1.8%. Pouches remain well below the 5.9% usage found for e-cigarettes, the most popular method. While e-cigarette usage is down from 7.7% in 2023, more underage vapers have begun to use pouches as well, the survey found. If the nicotine pouches have not been included, the ordinance needs this addition. This is regarding the prohibition of the nicotine pouches in the local tobacco retailer licensing ordinance.
That was the last individual to speak.
Motion is in order.
I'll make the motion to approve 13B.
Moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hancock. Did they give a presentation stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Thanks. I have a number of amendments I'd like to propose. I sent these to my colleagues in advance, but I'll try to talk through them. So the first I want to talk about is the definition for good cause, and specifically, let's start with number 3. And this might be a question for staff, and we may not need to amend it depending upon the answer, but it's currently reads, the licensed premises are not in compliance with any city zoning, building code, or other city code or state statute. So 2 questions. First is, if they come up for renewal and codes, zoning, or other things have changed, are they required to come up to date with the current standards? Or if there's not been a change in use, do they get to remain at their current status, essentially? Does that make sense?
I think so. Yeah, so if you're talking specifically about zoning, when zoning changes, as long as you continue the same use, you are allowed to continue doing that. And I think what this code would get to would be more along the realms of if there's something they're actually not complying with, more along the lines of, say, for example, they don't have a certificate of occupancy for the building, or there's some flaw that they need to come in compliance with.
Okay, so that answers on the zoning piece of it, but what about building code? So what if we make updates to building codes and they come up for renewal? Will they be required to make updates to their building to comply with whatever the current building code is at that time?
No.
Okay. So I'll remove that from the list. So let's talk about number 4. Number 4, I think I would propose striking completely. There's a lot of problems in this one. We talked about it a lot at study session, but I don't think it's the responsibility of the business owner to police loitering, prostitution, drug and alcohol consumption. I mean, there's all kinds of things on this list. The stated goal of this ordinance by the sponsors was to prevent youth nicotine access, whether that's cigarettes or smokeless tobacco or all the other options that exist. This item specifically does not, it's not germane to that topic. And I want to go through some of these bullet points below there. So or letter B, for example, implementing crime prevention through environmental design. So this puts an unfunded mandate on the business, requiring them to go through the SEPTED process to make any potential upgrades to their business. So that's the first one. Letter C directs the business to promptly report criminal behavior, which I don't necessarily have a problem with. However, we have 8 pages of definitions here, and nowhere do we define the word promptly, so that's very subjective. And then lastly, letter E, other effective alternatives. Again, completely subjective, entirely at the discretion of staff, because it's not defined what other effective alternatives. And so essentially what this means is our staff could take any reason they want and say it applies to this section. And so my first amendment that I'd like to propose is striking number 4 and all sub-letters in its entirety.
All right, so Councilmember Gardner has made that amendment as a motion. Is there a second? Or do you want to offer that as a friendly amendment, Councilmember Gardner?
I don't believe we'll accept it.
There's not another amendment, so it would be a friendly amendment.
Well, he could offer it as a friendly amendment, but if the person who moved and the person who seconded it won't take it as a friendly amendment, then he can propose it as a regular amendment.
Very well. Is there objection? Councilmember Medina?
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it the way it is.
Okay, so then it would be an actual amendment.
Is there a second to the Gardner amendment? Seeing none.
I was going to second it, but I kind of wanted A because I think posting a sign is not a problem. So, Councilmember Gardner, would you maybe take away A? Or leave A, I should say.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, then I will second the motion.
Very well.
So the amendment would be to remove B, C, D, and E, and 4.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Very well. Discussion on the amendment? Gardner amendment? Seeing none, call for the question on the Gardner amendment.
Councilmember Jackson? Thank you. The motion does not pass with 6 no votes, 4 yes votes from Councilmember Andrews, Bergen, Gardner, and Hancock.
All right, the next amendment I'd like to propose is on the good moral character definition. So I'd like to strike that entire section and replace with the following. The licensing authority may deny, suspend, or revoke a license based on a determination of good moral character only where such determination is supported by demonstrable objective evidence of violations directly related to the sale of age-restricted products, including repeated or willful violations of applicable state or local laws governing youth access, retail compliance, or licensing requirements. Conduct unrelated to the sale of age-restricted products shall not, standing alone, constitute grounds for license denial, suspension, or revocation.
Is there a second to the Gardner amendment?
I'll second it.
Okay. Moved by Councilmember Gardner, second by Councilmember Bergen. Discussion?
I actually have a question on it, even though I seconded it. Councilmember Gardner, just on with your new definition, was the intent, because that last sentence about not standing alone, is it because of the entirety of what is currently under that?
No, the purpose is because the stated goal of this ordinance is to prevent the sale of tobacco products to youth, and so I don't want any other factors considered other than the sale of age-restricted products to youth.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the Gardner amendment. Second Gardner amendment.
Councilmember Gardner, can I get clarification? Did you also want to strike 1, 2, and 4 of the definition?
It's going to depend upon how this goes.
Okay.
So we'll get there.
Okay. I just didn't know if that was part of this motion or not.
And so just for clarity for the record, the definition of good moral character is removing that entire section, including 1 through 7 at this point. Is that right, Councilmember Gardner?
Correct.
Okay.
Question?
Councilmember Horton.
Clarification, so what the vote is on is I'm confused. So what Council Gardner just read, that would be completely wiped from the ordinance?
So
no, what I just read would be the new definition of good moral character.
Okay. All right, thank you for the clarification.
So the definition of good moral character would be the licensing authority may deny, suspend, or revoke a license based on determination of good moral character only when such determination is supported by demonstrable objective evidence of violations directly related to the sale of age-restricted products, including repeated and willful violations of applicable state or local laws governing youth access, retail compliance, or licensing requirements. Conduct unrelated to the sale of age-restricted products shall not, standing alone, constitute grounds for license denial, suspension, or revocation.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Protem.
I guess my only question on that is the number 6, the crimes of moral turpitude. Those are included in other types of similar licenses, and so I wonder if there's a reason to not keep that within the good moral character definition.
I would be fine adding number 6 into the definition that I proposed.
Okay, let me try to rectify this too. So do you want to have in there the authority may consider as relevant whether the individual has, and just have item number 6, or you just want to include it in the paragraph?
The first
part. All right. So Katie, we'll add that section, in evaluating good moral character, the licensing authority may consider as relevant to the license activity whether the individual has, and then we'll have 6 as number 1 for right now, been convicted of a crime of moral turpitude in the last 10 years.
Further discussion on the second Gardner Amendment? Seeing none, call for the question on the second Gardner Amendment.
Councilmember Medina?
I'll go with yes.
Okay. The motion passes unanimously to adopt the amendment.
Are there further amendments?
Yeah, I do have 2 more. We just saved ourselves 3. I think it's 6507, section 6507, number A. So I would like to remove the last part of letter A from the words "or for any temporary duration in the form of a sponsored event, festival, or otherwise." I don't again know how that's relevant to the sale of these products to youth, and I think there's potential for a sponsored event or festival where it might be appropriate to have these products sold.
Is there a second to the third Gardner Amendment?
I'm trying to find it.
I'll read it here in a second, but we need a second first.
Okay, second.
Okay, it's seconded by Councilmember Bergen.
And so section 6507A would read, each tobacco and age-restricted psychoactive product retail establishment shall have a permanent location. No tobacco, age-restricted psychoactive product retailing should be permitted to operate from a movable, mobile, or transitory location, period. Which would strike "or for any temporary duration in the form of sponsored event, festival, or otherwise." Is that correct?
Yep.
Mayor?
Discussion?
Councilmember Jackson.
Okay, Councilmember Jackson.
On this amendment, so let's say there's a festival and a vape shop is a vendor, and there are youth under the age of 18 or 21 at this event. Would this then lift the ordinance that we're discussing here from that festival? Is that what I'm understanding? Like there would be no repercussion?
Trevor, yeah.
Yeah. So there is a process at state code for a tobacco festival. The city has not had any, and what that would allow is tobacco retailers then to potentially have a festival within the cities on a temporary basis. So they're not necessarily ones that would be licensed by the city per se. I think one thing council may want to consider is if they adopt this, there is a process for locals to adopt a local tobacco festival permit as part of that to help with the oversight of it.
So Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So for example, there's currently a cigar festival that's held in Denver. How it's currently written, would not allow that event to be held in Aurora.
That's correct.
And if that is stricken, then, Councilmember Jackson, if that is stricken, the age requirement would still be in effect. If they had the festival, they still wouldn't be able to sell to those under the age.
Correct.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
so I'm just trying to clarify from Trevor. So if we didn't strike this, left it in here right now, then we could do a permit for a local tobacco festival permit. And then if we had an actual process in place, then we could remove this versus right now, they wouldn't have to get a local permit. They would only have to get a state permit.
Well,
We strike that language.
sorry, as written, the permit would not, they wouldn't be allowed to have a festival in the
Yes, on the
city under this code at all. Yeah.
So if we strike it, though, then they only have to get the state permit and not a local permit.
Correct, unless you created a local permitting process.
Unless you amend the ordinance to add that requirement later. Or you could do it now, but if not, you could bring another ordinance to amend that.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I would want that added, that they have to apply for a city permit.
Councilman Gardner, she was your second. Do you accept that as a friendly amendment to your amendment?
Yes.
All right, so now, Katie, the amendment is on A, each tobacco and age-related psychoactive product retail establishment shall have a permanent location. No tobacco age-restricted psychoactive product retailing should be permitted to operate from a movable, mobile, or transitory location. Any temporary duration in the form of a sponsored event, festival, or otherwise shall be permitted by the city. Does that work? I'm off the cuff here, Trevor.
Yeah, I think we could develop a process with that. We may come back with something.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the third Gardner amendment.
Something like that.
The motion passes with 8 yes votes, 2 no votes from Mayor Pro Tem Coombs and Councilmember Medina to approve the amendment.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
One more. Section 6-514, minimum package size for little cigars and cigars. So I think this might be an unintended consequence, or maybe not. I know where the drafters are coming from. So letter B, for example, limits sale of cigars unless it's sold in a package of 6 or more. There are products like Black and Milds, for example, that are sold with 5. And so this is a de facto ban on an entire category of product that is sold legally to adults in our city. And again, the stated goal of this ordinance is not to sell to youth. And so I would propose striking entirely Section 6-514.
Mayor seconds the fourth Gardner motion, fourth Gardner amendment.
And just for record purposes, if that does pass, we'd ask that the following sections be renumbered in order. Trevor, is that how you prefer that?
Or we could do it as reserved, if you wanted to do that.
You just say, how would you prefer it?
Just reserved.
Okay, so if it does get stricken, we would amend section 6.514 to be reserved for later.
Okay, further discussion on the Gardner amendment?
Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Trevor, so was that just maybe an oversight that it was done that way, or?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that was an unintended consequence of, the packs are regularly 5, so.
So you would be okay, obviously, since it was an oversight?
Yeah, I think too, I would also add, we've got product packaging as under 6.517, so there's kind of a couple different ways to kind of get at this.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So to clarify, Councilmember Gardner, you're wanting to strike the whole of 6.514 or just Part B?
I'm proposing striking the whole thing. I'm not sure what the relevancy of requiring a little cigar to have at least 20 in a package or a cigar to have at least 6 in there has any relevance to the prevention of sale to youth. And I don't think it was an accident why 6 was selected. I think it was intentional because there are several products, including Black and Milds, that are sold with 5 or fewer. So I don't think that was an accident, but I'll give the benefit of the doubt. But I'm proposing to strike the entire section.
Right. Well, I guess, sorry, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
My question would be whether having little cigars in packages of less than 20, then they would be particularly cheap and therefore easy for kids to buy cheaply, right? Like to access without having, with just their pocket money, essentially. So, so I think that would be a reason that I could see for keeping A. I could understand striking B, since it would de facto ban a whole class of products, but for the little cigars, I would be concerned about smaller packages being more accessible due to cost.
Mayor?
Councilmember Bergen.
I mean, obviously, we don't want anybody under the age of 21 buying any of these products. So it will be illegal for them to purchase, whether it's a package of 20 or a package of 5 or a package of 2. It's illegal for underage kids to buy them. And then we have in the ordinance all the penalties if you do sell to an underage. So now we're arguing about packaging of quantity
Mayor.
of cigars.
Well, Councilmember Hancock and then Councilmember Gardner.
I would agree that we don't want to restrict product from because of the packaging size. And to your point, Councilmember Bergen, I think it is important to make that distinction. However, it was not intentional, Councilmember Gardner. I think it was just an oversight.
Very well.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, I don't think the cost of 20 or 5 or 1 or whatever is actually really relevant at all, because if you're going to vote yes on this ordinance because you believe it's going to prevent the sale of tobacco products to youth, then it doesn't matter if it costs $1 or $10 or $100. We are creating a tool to prevent the sale. We're going to have an enforcement mechanism, all the things, because I'm assuming this is going to pass. And so it doesn't really matter the number that's sold in the package. That isn't relevant.
Further discussion.
All right, so the amendment now is changing section 6-514, striking the language, putting next to reserved, period.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the 4th Gardner Amendment.
Councilmember Hancock? Thank you. There is a tie vote, 5-5. Mayor, how would you like to break this tie?
Mayor votes yes.
Yes. The motion passes to adopt the amendment with Mayor Kaufman, Councilmember Andrews, Bergen, Gardner, Lawson, and Wiles voting yes.
To the main motion then, on the adoption of item number 13B. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question of the adoption of item number 13B as amended.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt item 13B as amended.
Good job, guys.
Would the clerk now please read the title to item number 14A?
Item 14A is finalizing of ordinance 2026-03, amending sections 146-410-13 and 146-62S, and repealing section 146-410-16 of the Unified Development Ordinance pertaining to signs.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Brandon Camerata with the Planning Department. This is second reading of a UDO ordinance relating to the sign code that would repeal the additional sign provision for known as city-owned property. And if there's any questions on that, I would be prepared to answer those.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, a motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve 14A.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by the mayor to approve item number 14A. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 14A.
I'm sorry, who was the motion in the second?
The mayor. Me.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay, call for the question. Adoption of item number 14A.
Councilmember Andrews? Thank you. The motion passes with 8 yes votes, 2 no votes from Councilmember Gardner and Hancock to approve item 14A.
Clerk, please read the title to item number 15A.
Item 15A is Resolution 2026-12, finding a petition for annexation of certain parcel of land located in the southwest quarter of Section 25, Township 3 South, Range 66 West of the 6th Principal Meridian, County of Adams, State of Colorado, to be in substantial compliance with Section 31-12-1071 CRS and giving notice of a public hearing on the proposed annexation.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Justin Andrews. I'm a project manager with the Office of Development Assistance. Very briefly, since this is the first annexation of the year and a first annexation with a new council with new members, I'll very briefly just go over the process for you. Our annexation process has 2 main components, which is the main annexation process, which follows state statute, state law very strictly, and also an initial zoning component. So what we do over 3 meetings, tonight being the first meeting, is bring the land into the city through the annexation process and then zone that property with the planning department's cooperation in a separate public hearing. Tonight, we are talking about the substantial compliance, where City Council votes on whether the annexation as presented to you meets Colorado state law. So with that, I will go into tonight's presentation. A petition for annexation was filed with the city clerk for the annexation of a parcel owned by Tapias LLC. This parcel is located at the northeast corner of East 26th Avenue and North Piccadilly Road. There's a vicinity map in your council packet. This parcel falls within the city's annexation boundary, and it does meet contiguity requirements. This the initial zoning ordinance will be presented to council concurrently with the annexation ordinance in that second meeting. The annexation process follows state law, and this annexation will be considered over 3 council meetings, as I mentioned. Tonight, in which City Council considers approval of a resolution making a finding of fact that the petition is in substantial compliance with statutory requirements, and sets a public hearing for the annexation ordinance for April 6th. We have no separate presentation to provide, but I believe the applicants are available online if there are any questions. We are also happy to answer any questions you might have about the process. Thank you.
Question of staff?
Mayor?
Councilmember Bergen.
Again, just because we do have new members, so as you stated, tonight we are just voting to make sure it's in compliance.
So the resolution finds that the annexation as presented to you is following the state law, statutory requirements, and also sets a public hearing date, which will be April 6th. Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions of staff?
Mayor.
Seeing none, a motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve the finding of substantial compliance for item 15A.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by? Medina. Second by Councilmember Medina to approve item number 15A. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 15A.
The motion passes unanimously to adopt item 15A.
Reports. Councilmember Andrews.
I want to say happy Black History Month to everyone. I got to attend Barbara Shannon Bannister roadway celebration, and then I got to read the proclamation for Black History Month earlier this month. So I want to thank you for allowing me to do that, and that's all I have.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs.
Mayor, thank you. I want to start by
thanking the firefighters from Company 8 who showed my kiddo their fire truck when we happened to see them at the Cuba Bakery. So thank you guys. It was very much enjoyed, even though they were a little nervous at the time. I also have had the opportunity in the last couple of weeks to meet with community members who are concerned about the GEO facility and ICE increasing operations in our city, and are asking us as a city council to identify the ways that we have available to address that issue. For events that I was able to attend, Lunar New Year on Havana Street, I was able to volunteer as well as be present while the mayor was reading a proclamation. Had my swearing in and first meetings for the Cherry Creek Basin Water Quality Authority and the Mile High Flood District. Was able to be here at the city with the mayor and Councilmember Andrews when Councilmember Andrews delivered the Black History Month proclamation, which will also be delivered again at the BIFABA luncheon. That's the Black Employees for a Better Aurora luncheon this Friday. In addition, just wanted to note the turnout, once again, as always, from folks in our community who show up time and again, and acknowledge some of the questions that they had. I think that we should all be able to understand that the killing of people in our city by the police, which is particularly Black men, but killing of unarmed people, including recently, an LGBTQ person, a member of my community, by our police, that the killing of our police is an injustice. And I have been highly concerned about the communication that has come from our police chief regarding these situations, including the situation with a 17-year-old person who was a member of my community. I've expressed those concerns to City Manager Batchelor about these issues and asked for the chief to receive whatever coaching it is that is needed to address the inability to communicate with our communities, all of them, Black communities, immigrant communities, and LGBTQ communities in a way that engenders trust and respect, because that's the reality of the situation, is that folks in those communities do not trust and respect our chief. They do not trust and respect our police department in a lot of instances when these types of incidents continue. And we're losing the trust and respect of those communities as a council because it's not changing. Right? This is a repeated behavior that doesn't change. And so I made those comments privately a lot of times, and now I'm making those comments publicly that it is a problem that our community members continue to lose that trust and respect because of a failure to listen and communicate in a way that acknowledges the seriousness to our communities of the issues that are taking place, both in relation to the killing of unarmed people and the relationship that our city has with ICE and ICE enforcement. And yeah, with that, I conclude my report.
Councilmember Gardner.
No report.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. Some updates for the community about different meetings I've been having. I met with Northwest Aurora Neighborhood Organization and the East Colfax Network of Action to talk about the shared border between Denver and Aurora in the East Colfax corridor between past Yosemite and then upwards into Aurora. And then I did attend the CDC meeting with nonprofits hosted by Councilmember Horton and some other folks. So please, if you're wanting to get involved in the development of a downtown Aurora, but you don't live within the boundaries, the CDC is a great way, an entry point for that. I'm chair of the Horns Committee, and I did just want to take a moment to talk about the camping ban that came up. This is resolution number R2026. And just to provide some justification, we really want to lead with compassion, and this really only applies to public properties. So just keep that in mind, that private property and properties that are, or land that's shared with CDOT don't apply to this. And as there was some clarification earlier, this is regarding cold weather, so putting a pause on abatements of encampments during cold weather, extreme cold weather, and to allow our housing and community service team to continue to build rapport and relationships and trust with the unhoused community. And you can still report any encampments that you see. And, you know, we heard from a constituent earlier about the impact of unhoused individuals with disabilities. So giving folks more time and notice really is an accessible way so that they can collect their belongings without losing them. And then in honor of Black History Month, I wanted to name Dr. Linda Davis, who was a special education teacher in Savannah, Georgia. And on President's Day, she got a call while she was at home to come to her children's school. And at the same time that she was in transit to her child's school, federal ICE agents had a traffic stop with a Guatemalan father who had a civil deportation order. And he had no criminal history. And I just want to make clear for folks that a deportation order is a civil violation, not a criminal offense. So really just research the difference between civil offenses and criminal offenses, because that's where we can get really confused when we say people are here illegally and they're breaking law. It is a civil violation. So they were pursuing, federal ICE agents got into a chase with the Guatemalan father, and this county had a no chase policy, no pursuit policy. It was during morning rush hour. And so while the Guatemalan father, in a moment of panic and terror, he ran a red light and crashed into Dr. Linda Davis. And Dr. Linda Davis succumbed to her injuries on the scene. And I think that, you know, this father was probably targeted because ICE is encouraged to uphold quotas in order to maintain their bonuses that they were promised. And that's why they're going after anybody and everybody. And they have been given the clear to discriminate based on the color of people's skin, the accent that they have. So this is a very, very bad mix. And so we had a Guatemalan father's life ruined that day. We had a Black special education doctor lives taken away. None of those people get to return home to their families or their children. And this is very relevant to what we're seeing in Aurora, because we have so many immigrant families that are reaching out and are concerned about the involvement of ICE and the chaos that is ensuing because there's disorganization. ICE agents aren't getting their training, and there's these quotas that are driving these demands to apprehend anybody and everybody. And even the police chief in Savannah, Georgia, was quoted saying that Dr. Linda Davis's death was preventable. And that's another police chief. And I echo the sentiments along with Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, where I have raised numerous concerns about our police chief and the behavior, and have been met with just a lot of pushback. And so I stand with community when you ask for us to hold the police chief accountable, and I hope to show that change. And I do want to just close out with the words that we heard tonight about how the void of grief and pain gets deeper the longer that accountability is denied. That is unacceptable, and I hope to be a part of that change. Thank you.
Councilmember Horton.
All right, a few updates from Ward 1. The Downtown Development Authority application is due this February 28th, this Saturday. So, I pulled it up, actually. Let me find the qualifications, so that's just on record. Eligibility, excuse me. So if you live within the boundary area, you own property either as an individual or an entity like an LLC, or you own a business that's either for-profit or nonprofit that leases property in the district, or on fourth qualification, and or you are an employee, manager, or agent of a business in the district, just include that in a letter in your application. But we're really looking for more individuals to apply. Want to make sure that there is a robust, diverse representation in the applicant pool, so that way, as this board is established, we have diverse voices at the table making some really important decisions around the Colfax corridor. In addition to that, to Councilmember Jackson's point, we hosted a community development corporation, which is, the goal is to build that alongside the DDA. We hosted it mostly with nonprofit partners, with a few community partners who were able to, our community members who were able to attend. I do want to thank Councilmember Gardner, Mayor Kaufman, and Councilmember Jackson in their participation, and of course staff for helping to organize, facilitate, and really appreciate the cross collaboration and making sure that we have leadership in community that are providing the vision and the structure for an entity that, again, will have tremendous impact in Northwest Aurora. Additionally, a few other Ward 1 updates. The bus rapid transit is coming to Aurora this spring. We are hoping, fingers crossed, there's not as much disruption as we saw on the Denver side when it comes to our small businesses and streets being torn up. We have a different setup and structure, and happy to provide that to anyone interested. And taking a look at those maps, and so just be on the lookout as that comes through. I was able to participate in a NANO, the North Aurora Neighborhood Association meeting, and talk to a number of residents, many who've been here for decades, and provided tremendous insights about the pros and cons and the beauty and the challenges of living in Northwest Aurora. I also was in that meeting with Councilmember Jackson with the East Colfax Neighborhood Association, talking about how we can utilize the Colfax corridor in a way that bridges the relationship between Denver and Aurora. So lots of ideas were generated from more symbolic to more policy level. So we'll see as those conversations are built out. I do want to note that 13th and 14th Avenue are two-way streets, and so that's been a issue that our Denver counterparts have been navigating. And I know there's a lot of folks in Northwest Aurora that commute along those roads, so just be on the lookout that those are not one-ways anymore, but two-way streets. Now, a few other items that I have is upcoming this week. There's two events that are being held tomorrow evening. We have Fort Worth Independent Police Monitor Bonsil Sonkumbi, who will be here as our guest in our city to educate us about her model in Fort Worth about independent civilian oversight of law enforcement. So I encourage folks to come out, to learn, to engage, to ask questions, because this is a continuous process of making sure community voice and directions at the center of what we do when it comes to independent oversight in Aurora. Additionally, I have my Ward 1 Town Hall on February 26th. Oh, sorry. The presentation with Bonsil tomorrow is going to be at the Aurora Center for Active Adults starting at 6 p.m. And then on Thursday, I have my Ward 1 Town Hall, which will be at Moorhead Recreation Center at 6 p.m. On the agenda is the retail strategy that that staff presented to City Council a few council study sessions back. So really encourage community to come learn about how, we're talking about economy and businesses and making sure we're supporting small businesses in that process. And then a few other pieces, I just want to reiterate what my colleagues have said so far on council. Have talked to a number of community members very concerned around, and actually that's a mild statement, that are really appalled by what's happening at the GEO facility, that, you know, in Ward 1, in Aurora, in our city, we have about 1,500 individuals who are currently being detained, many of whom have not had their due process, many of whom are in pods of up to 60 individuals, when the recommendation is no more than 25 or 30, where they are experiencing respiratory illnesses and only have access to 1 or 2 toilets. And it is not just one individual or one group that are sharing the horrific conditions that currently exist in GEO. And this is part of a larger conversation happening around accountability, not only what's within the facility as is, but again, why this is a continuous stain on the most diverse city in Aurora. And the question it must always come down to, is this really our values of having an institution, a facility like that here in our community? And then I do also want to I want to honor Jesse Jackson, who passed away, civil rights leader, and just talked a little bit about his poem that he did on Sesame Street. If y'all are not familiar with it, the call and response of the poem, I Am Somebody. It's a beautiful poem that I remember listening to as a child, and to hear that from a Black leader, to hear that from someone who has fought for the dignity of Black Americans and for the dignity of all, and built coalitions across racial groups in the civil rights and social justice movements, has really been impactful in my life, and it's been important to honor his legacy and so many others that have passed. And so thank you, Councilmember Jackson, for bringing up Dr. Linda Davis. That is a tragedy that must be addressed, and justice must be served. So with that being said, thank you for all who came today and listened and shared around their experiences, and that the fight continues.
Thank you. Councilmember Wiles.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I wanted to say thank you to everybody that's emailed me in the past week, whether it was about the tobacco retail sales license, the various House bills, and the ongoing challenges at the Navigation Center. I was out last week with COVID, and so while I did not respond to every email, I read them all, and so I thank you for sending me emails and about your thoughts. In the past 2 weeks, I attended a few events, including a meeting with hotel partners regarding the concerns at the Navigation Center. And then this weekend, the Outfront Magazine fundraiser, which was a great time. And so thank you to our city staff who ensure that we support these important causes that allow our diverse residents to feel safe and valued in this community. This week is busy with meetings, the oversight meeting that Janina mentioned, as well as Build Up Aurora sessions. And then I have my Ward 2 meeting on Thursday. That's at the Aurora Central Rec Center. The April meeting will be at the Aurora Highlands Welcome Center, as I work to try and ensure meetings are held in Ward 2 as much as possible without having a rec center or a library in the ward to use, so we're at a bit of a disadvantage. And I would like to encourage Ward 2 residents, make sure you're filling out those Build Up Aurora surveys. The only way we can get the facilities and infrastructure that we need is if you have your voice be heard, and so please fill that out. I did miss the Black History Month proclamation because I was at home sick, and so tonight I wanted to highlight both the powerful legacy and future of Black leadership in Aurora, and it spans generations, from people who broke barriers decades ago to young people who are redefining what civic engagement looks like today. We saw a huge group of them today. From first the Mosley family, Edna Wilson Mosley and Lieutenant Colonel John W. Mosley, two of the most influential figures in Aurora civic history. Edna Wilson Mosley was the first African American ever elected to Aurora City Council in 1991, and her leadership set new standards about what community representation should and could look like. Her husband, Lieutenant General John W. Mosley, brought equal dedication in service to our country. He was a Tuskegee Airman and the first Black football player at CSU. Their legacy lives on not only in remembrance, but through the next generation of leaders who are in our community. The Adan brothers, whose family are Somali immigrants that came here for an opportunity at a new life in Aurora and saw that many of their peers lacked access to affordable academic support. Instead of accepting the gap, they chose to fill it, and they launched Bright Minds, a free tutoring initiative that now serves dozens of low-income students. Their work reflects the best of Aurora and our immigrant community, young people turning challenge into opportunity and then opportunity into service. Alongside them is YASPA, a nonprofit founded in Aurora to cultivate race-conscious civil leaders. And they work to build civic literacy, strengthen their racial identity, and pursue social science and social justice careers. Aurora Partners for Thriving Youth for their advocacy and voices as we've had them here meeting after meeting. And then finally, the Aurora NAACP Youth and College Chapter, where young activists come together each month to learn, organize, advocate, and lead. When we look at these leaders, from the Mosley civil rights legacy to the Adan brothers and their educational leadership, to YASPA and the NAACP, we see the story of Black Aurora, a story of resilience, courage, and community transformation. This Black History Month, while we honor the past, we also need to uplift the present and invest in the future, because history should not just be something we remember, but something we build and work together for the future. I would also be remiss if I didn't address the dozens of emails I get weekly from concerned residents who are watching what's occurring on the national landscape with regards to ICE. And so I heard a quote today, and I thought it was really important. It was Aunt Canola Davies Jr., and his quote said, "To those whose parents migrated to obtain a better life for their children, their economic migrants, the conflict migrants, those under occupation, dictatorship, persecution, and those experiencing genocide, you matter. Your stories matter more now than ever. Your dreams are an act of resistance. To those watching at home, archive your loved ones, archive your stories, yesterday, today, and forever. The future is shaped by our past, and learning the lessons, we should all be striving to do better." Thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, sir. Couple things. I need to reappoint Sarah Woodson to the Business Advisory Board. Couple things, thanks to the Aurora Partners group and all the youth that came out to speak in support of the tobacco licensing ordinance. We've been working on that for a little over a year, so I'm glad we're getting closer for that. Lastly, I'd like to invite everyone. I have a proclamation for Reuben Sims Jr., who's the first Black African-American firefighter for the city of Aurora. The Aurora History Museum is going to do dedication at that time for Black History exhibit that's happening on July 14th. So I hope that you all can make that dedication. The family will be there to get the proclamation. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hancock.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry. Hope you guys can hear me. I wanted to address a couple of things that I think bear mentioning. Since we talked about the camping ban and someone mentioned it this evening, the 72-hour notice does directly impact our ability to have the camping ban in place and have it be effective. I said what I said, and I meant what I said. We are in trouble if we go in reverse in terms of how we address the homeless issue in our city. It is not compassionate to leave people on the street, whether it's cold or whether it's not cold, on our camping trails, underneath our overpasses, and along the Highline Canal. Any of those places, we need to utilize the services that we have available. And my constituents, I get dozens of emails who say thanks, because they can ride the Highline Canal Trail and not be accosted. I just had someone from Sterling Hill sent me an email saying that her friend was riding a scooter and it was attacked by someone on the trail, broke his arm, broke his knee, wrecked his bike. So, these things are still going on. We have to be diligent and our mastery of helping people find the services that are available to them and making sure that adults be adults. It's important for us to not enable people to be on the street, but to empower them to take control and possession of their own lives. Someone also said, I believe it was Councilmember Jackson, that that ICE gets bonuses for turning people in. That is not true. They are federal employees. And for you to say something like that is just misleading. They are federal employees and they get salary just like everyone else. And they don't get quota bonuses for rounding up people and putting them in jail. That's just an unfair assessment, an unfair statement. And if you find something that is true, please bring those receipts. I'd be interested in some. And further, we need to, lower down this temperature. I know that there are certain members on this council that have a definite animus against ICE, against our police department, against the safety and security of this city, but to continually attack, that's straight out of Rules for Radicals. To be able to continue to do that does not serve our city. And it really ignores the vast majority of people who feel very safe and secure in this city, which isn't to say we should not address those who don't feel safe. We absolutely should, but we should not bend over backwards for just one thing over the other. We should have a balanced approach to how we govern this city, because we govern 415,000 people. And we need to do our best to make sure we're doing right by all of them. It's our responsibility, it's our obligation, it's our honor, and it's our duty to do so.
Thank you. Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to thank all of my residents who attended my February 10th and February 21st town hall. Really appreciate your support, as I always tell you. March 10th, I will have my town hall at Central Rec Center, and I'll also have one on the 21st at Heather Gardens. We have right now 300 bills before the session concludes. There was 397 bills that were introduced by Friday of last week. So things are pretty much ramping up at the committee hearings, with committee hearings at the state legislature. I want to roll the tape back to, I'm not going to actually roll the tape back, but on February 17th, I'm the vice chair of the Housing Committee. I asked the question about the camping ban. I said, is it just for cold weather, or is it going to be for the ordinance that we have in place? The Jessica Prosser at the time, who is, she told me that it was going to impact that. So to me, this is a slow repeal of the camping ban, and some people need to stop giving misinformation. Just go back to the housing. I asked that question, and that was what was stated. I want to give Black History Month to a teacher that I had named Miss Knight. She is not famous. She's not popular, but when Colorado Springs, which is where I grew up, she went, and she really, in the school that I went to, she really was an inspiration to a lot of the students, Black students, people of color, which we didn't have very many at my school, to inspire us to do whatever we wanted to do. When I was in a school where they were counselors didn't tell us we couldn't go to college, or the certain schools that I went to. So she's not famous, she's not a person that anybody knows, but she's an inspiration, and she has made a foundation in terms of just her inspiration to students, not only just me, but people that I know in the Colorado Springs area. And so with that, I admire her for Black History, for the setting of the stage that she did for students there. And Mayor, that's my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Lawson. Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly on my reports of activities, I attended the Aurora Economic Development Council meeting, also the Region 9 Opioid Abatement Council that I chair, and then I got volunteered for more work because no one else would volunteer. Retail Steering Committee, we had our first of 3 meetings, and it was very productive and very successful. Really appreciate everyone's participation. Also attended the Water Policy Committee that I chair. And then I just want to talk to our residents. There's been a lot of questions on social media about what in the heck is happening on Arapahoe Road. So a lot of construction delays, and this is a water infrastructure project that is going on, and the work that has been done has had a lot of delays for some unforeseen complications. But the purpose of the relocation of the water pipe actually is to reduce future traffic impacts when routine maintenance is needed. And yet what happened was they had a break in the pipe, dirt got in the pipe, they've been having to flush it and clean it, and it did not pass their first inspection, so they're back to, I think the cleaning was just done just last week, and they are now re-inspecting the pipe. So hopefully, very soon, we'll have that work done so that there's less closures on Arapahoe Road for our residents by Peak View. And then just a reminder of Build Up Aurora ranking event. There is going to be one in my area at the Southeast Recreation Center on Thursday, the 26th, from 6 to 7:30. And as mentioned earlier by others, this is your opportunity to come and rank the projects that you feel should be prioritized after staff gives a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bergen. I just want to say that for the residents of the city, I put a lot of my events down on my Facebook page, so I don't take up too much time here. But I just want to say I was able to go to all the Build Up Aurora events and all the Downtown Development Authority events, and I just want to thank our staff for all their hard work in making those effective, as well as the people who showed up for both of those events that are so critical to the city. And then in Black History Month, I think the extraordinary thing we did is recognize one of our own, and that's Dr. Barbara Shannon Bannister with a great event that we had for a street naming in her honor of the street that wraps around the Aurora Municipal Building. Rename that in her honor, and I want to thank Patrol Officer Jesse Sotelo. Was able to go out with him on the Saturday swing shift in District 2, and an extraordinary professional. And so with that, public invited to be heard.
Ellen Wu, followed by Tanya Tabachek.
I am a constituent, I vote. To those that are in this chamber and outside of this chamber, it does not matter if you are elected, appointed, or hired, you are accountable to the people and not to those that you seek political or personal gain. I'm asking for an update on bringing back the occupation tax. There are budget deficits. There are generations of neglect in impacted communities. These communities have been neglected for generations and continue to have the necessary sustainable infrastructure ignored. Stop giving away millions of dollars via tax incentives. This includes the $7.1 million given to PML. Stop and do the math of how much is lost in revenue. Bring this to the ballot for the year 2026 and let democracy speak. There are those that continue to play the poor, poor, pity me party and spin the false narratives. There are those that need to have the tough conversations. Tough conversations are about being adult enough to have those conversations, understanding the conversation, using active listening skills, including allowing others to speak, admitting that there are different points of view. Having tough conversations does not mean winning. There should be a goal for deeper mutual understanding. There should be a focus on solutions. There are those that have chosen profits and personal gain before people. There needs to be transparency. There needs to be a community voices heard and acknowledged.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Median Schaffner.
evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to first say, sometimes I hear things or see things that I think is real or what from the media and from some council members and whatnot, and I come to find out that that information is not correct. So I admit that I have been wrong on certain things and information that I've said or addressed or responded to certain people. And I know that there's a lot of people that are not heard on what their feelings and stuff that are going through. And at times I see some of you guys listening and other times you guys not listening. And the more I think about it, the more I just don't understand. We vote for you guys to be up there to listen to everyone. And sometimes you guys just appear that you're listening, or other times you're not watching or looking at the people that are talking, which is fine, and it's not right, but it's your own prerogative. But you have to remember that we voted you guys in there, and what we say and how we say and our concerns and the feelings that we have is important. And regarding like the police chief and so forth, we vote people in. We say, hey, this is the suggestions or whatnot. And when that's taken away from us, that does get irritating. But you have some people in official power business that, they take the time, they listen to you, and they hear what you have to say. They come to different presentations and representations, and they listen. Like Chief Otten, I think he's awesome. I mean, he's great. He listens, he comes to the council meetings and all that. But there's some people that you have to fight tooth and nail just for them to respond to you. And then when they respond to you, it's all like robotic. It's like, I'm a person, I have feelings, I have concerns. I'm not a robot. I mean, and I don't understand why certain people don't show up at council meetings. I mean, everyone has the right to be heard regardless if they argue or they shout or they scream or whatever. I was wrong by saying certain things that was incorrect. That was wrong on my part. And I have to learn to accept that I was wrong, and I need to research and find out other avenues besides the media, besides what I hear from certain council members and so forth. I need to research. So I admit that fault on my own, and I'm gonna learn to grow from that. Thank you.
Median Schaffner, followed by Aonte Anderson.
This year marks 100 years of Black History Month. And sadly enough, when those that come beyond us look back at the Aurora City Council on that 100th year, what they won't see is a formal proclamation read inside of these chambers. Our history deserves more than isolated gestures or chats through reports. I didn't realize there was an ordinance blocking you all from proclamation. So I'm going to stand at the most powerful place in this room, and I'm going to do this the right way. Whereas Black History Month is not ceremonial observance, but a national reckoning, a designated time to honor the labor, brilliance, sacrifice, resistance, and cultural genius of Black people whose contributions built, shaped, defended, and continue to transform this nation. And whereas Black history is American history, more specifically, slavery is white history, but the rise from it to construct the economic backbone and coveted culture of this country, from the intellect to art, civic, and spiritual leadership, is Black history. And whereas in cities across this nation, Black residents have had to endure redlining, over-policing, educational inequities, housing and health discrimination, economic exclusion, environmental injustice, and civic neglect, while still contributing immeasurably to the cultural and economic vitality of the community. Whereas Black leaders, elders, faith institutions, entrepreneurs, artists, youth organizers, and families in Aurora have sustained neighborhoods, built businesses, cultivated culture, mentored generations, and demanded justice even when systems failed to see them. And whereas Black history is not confined to the past, it is unfolding in real time through the voices of young people rising elders guiding, and community members organizing to ensure that the next generation inherits not merely survival, but opportunity and protection. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the community of Aurora formally recognizes February as Black History Month, and we stand in awe of the 100 years we have to reminisce in this celebration. That is how you honor Black history. There is something to be said when it is done inside of these chambers and not in isolation, not in conversations that are hopeful that people will attend. You do this as a collective. What the generations to come will never see is the city of Aurora honoring Black History Month as a collective leadership body. Y'all should think about that.
Ayante Anderson, followed by Ali DeWill Marcano.
I'm not going to continue to beat on the Black history drum because February should not be the only time you celebrate Black excellence. Black excellence should be celebrated in the city of Aurora 365 days a year. Moving on, I hope that the new Democratic majority and maybe those who are in the conservative minority will actually start to begin to look into how much of the city's funds have been going into policing your citizens in this chamber. Over the last 2 years, I've watched the police presence be very minimal to having almost 20 officers in the chamber at once, to now having to go through a metal detector even if I need to go use the restroom. And I believe that the citizens of Aurora, which according to Mayor Kaufman of 1 year ago, I became a citizen of this city. Thank you, Mayor, for shouting out that residency. The citizens should know how much money is being poured into the over-policing of them wanting to speak to their government officials. That money could be going to fixing potholes in your wards, could be going to providing resources to the navigation center, could be going towards a litany of other things. But over the last almost 2 years that I've spoken in front of this council, I've not heard a citizen get up here and threaten to end any of your lives. I've not seen anybody try to pass the barriers here to get to your dais to attack you. So I believe that it is now time for the Democratic majority for you to put an end to the over-policing of these chambers. Your folks aren't showing up to your town halls threatening your lives. They're not showing up here threatening your families. I think it's okay to reduce the spending of the over-policing that you're doing, not just on those who agree with you, for those who disagree with you, for those who are Democrat, for those who are independent and Republican. This is the scene that they get to walk into. I don't know of any other council chamber, especially Denver. Denver has maybe 2 sheriffs, one at both doors. But in Aurora, they have a private security firm and a PD. It's time to look at the budget.
Ali DeWill Marcano, followed by Juan Marcano.
Hey, it's me. I have not moved my place of residence in the last 4 hours. I wanted to thank Councilmember Horton and Mayor Pro Tem Coombs for using their power and their speech tonight to protect the rights of those who came to speak to you tonight. Quick note, did you know that in order to sign up for the second public invited to be heard, you have to deliver a slip down a flight of stairs to the clerk? Down a flight of stairs to the clerk. If you're looking to make rules and changes, I would maybe start there, make a system that doesn't overlook accessibility while you're making these changes. I also want to note that listening to constituents is part of your job. We have seen historically how frustration with the time spent listening to any part of public invited to be heard has been followed by rules and regulations that limit speech and intimidate speakers. We will be vigilant to any attempt to limit public invited to be heard, including this necessary second section, which is the only time that community members have to respond directly to anything that happens in this meeting, including retaliation or incorrect statements made by council. It is because of this second chance tonight that I have the chance to respond to your comments and tell council members Wiles and Horton and Jackson and Mayor Pro Tem Coombs how very inspired your comments tonight were and how good your reports were and how truly proud I am to have you as representatives of this city. You all of council, have a very minor but sacred responsibility to listen to the cries of families who have lost their loved ones to police violence and injustice, to hear the concerns of anyone who is concerned about what is happening in their community, and to hear demands from your constituency, regardless of if it is convenient or comfortable to you. Look, I know full well that it is a thankless job and the pay is awful, but you have significant power over the future of an entire city and you have no boss but the people. If that power and that freedom aren't perks enough for you to spend the hours required, you don't have to stay in the job. You can spend your Monday nights however you want when you retire, and if you did that before the end of your term, the people recently voted to make sure we have a voice in the special election to replace you, so hopefully your replacement will be more available and less frustrated by the hours required for the job. Last, I wanted to echo some of the testimony heard tonight, asking you all to consider expressing support for Representative Mandy Lindsay's amazing bill in the State House to pilot a My Colorado card to expand free access for youth to museums, rec centers, and activities throughout the state. This program is modeled after a Denver County program. So right now, Denver kids have more access than Aurora kids to these important places. This should be an easy win for you all, and it would be an incredible program to support Aurora youth, and you only have to do a symbolic vote. I hope you will get it on the Pfizer agenda as soon as possible. Have a great night. See you next time, every time, for every second of the time that is owed to us as the people of Aurora.
Juan Marcano.
Well, she's a hard act to follow. And time is a flat circle. I swear I remember 10 years ago, there was a smaller group of us then, just about 8, some of which are still on the dais, coming in every night, or every Monday, and speaking with the former council. And I gotta say that the former council was a lot more receptive to public invited to be heard, and a lot of that started to change in 2019. So I want to begin first by thanking the 8 of you who voted to allow people to speak without eliminating this section of public invited to be heard. I very much appreciate that because it shows that you actually care about what people have to say. For the other 3 of you, if you don't want to listen to the public, you can always resign. None of y'all have to be here. If hearing from grieving families is too much for you to stomach, you can free yourselves of this responsibility and this burden as soon as you like. You could do it right now. Just send an email, make a public statement on Facebook. We'll all be better off for it. To all of you, these families are demanding accountability. They are demanding community control of what public safety means and looks like, and they are demanding justice for those who have been killed here extrajudicially. I encourage you all to familiarize yourselves with Camden, New Jersey. In short, their community completely lost trust in their police department, so it was abolished, and it was replaced by a combination of their county sheriff, and they took the savings and actually invested that directly in the community at their discretion. Imagine that. Democratic control over taxpayer dollars to serve the people of a city. Radical, I know. I can see the headlines being printed already. That community is safer today than it was 13 years ago when they began down this path. They've experienced a 95% reduction in excessive force incidents. I want y'all to think of it this way. That's a 95% reduction in lawsuits served against the city, to say nothing against the lives saved, and a 24% reduction overall in use of force incidents. That's a great step. This is a great opportunity for us here in Aurora to solve multiple problems facing the city. Number one, you can save a substantial amount of money on law enforcement by contracting with Arapahoe County, potentially resolving our current budget deficit. Number two, you can rebuild, or begin to, rather, rebuild community trust by allowing Aurorans to directly elect their chief law enforcement officer, which would be the Arapahoe County Sheriff. And number three, once our budget is stabilized and that Jerinsky-shaped hole and that Kaufman-shaped hole that were left when y'all got rid of the OPT is dealt with, you'll have the resources to directly invest in our community. That means youth centers, like Councilmember Medina has been championing, new recreation centers in wards 2 and 4, which we've been needing for a minute now, mixed-use social housing developments, and much more. It's worth your time to study that. Check out Camden, give them all consideration, and have a great night.
That was the last individual.
Seeing no further business before the Aurora City Council, meeting is adjourned.